Good morning, everyone. Can somebody on Zoom just confirm that you can hear me?
You're all good.
Yep, good, great. Thank you, Sean. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this meeting of the Network Advisory Council. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Apologies for starting a little late. These hybrid meetings are tricky. I would love to go around the room and have everybody introduce themselves. We'll start here in person with Lori.
Lori Kennedy.
Mark Weatherington.
Doralyn Rossman. Cole Bartow. Kara Orban. Susie McIntyre.
Jenny Stapp, State Librarian.
Genevieve is currently walking around, but she is here. I am Jody Moore, the chair of this committee. And now let's go to the folks on Zoom. Sean, I see you. Would you start?
Sure. Sean Anderson from Imagineif Libraries.
And Jonna, I believe you're online.
Jonna Underwood, Sheridan County Library.
And I can't see anybody else. Who's here from the State Library?
This is Amelia, lifelong learning librarian.
Good morning, Amelia. And Pam, did I see you?
Yeah, this is Pam Henley, consulting librarian.
Amy Marchwick, Montana Shared Catalog System Administrator.
Kylie McGregor, Montana Shared Catalog Trainer.
Bobby DeMontney, Montana Library Network Technical Support.
Jennifer Burnell, Montana Memory Project, State Library.
Tracy Cook, Consulting Librarian.
And I'm Kirk Driesman, Montana Library Association.
Did we get everybody online?
Jody Dalton is also online.
Oh, hi, Dalton.
Hey, Jody. Hi, everyone. Dalton from the Montana State Library Commission.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. I understand that Honor will be joining us late. So if I forget to make her introduce herself when she comes and she speaks, don't be surprised. All right. So Jenny, did you have anything else you want to say at the top of the meeting? No. Okay. We're all feeling pretty fancy here in the Capitol building with our microphones. I don't know if you guys can see that on the screen, but we wish you were here with us. Let's start with minutes. You received the final minutes for the March 8th and March 18th meetings. And today we are looking at the draft minutes from April 6th. Genevieve, I did notice one issue, which is that Lori's last name is correct in the attendees, but then switches back to Roberts. Oh. That was the only thing I noticed. Does anybody else have any edits for the minutes?
Okay, I will make those changes.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve the draft minutes.
I move that we approve the draft minutes with the name change as noted.
I think so.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Susie and a second from Lori. All in favor of approving the April 6th minutes, please say aye.
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 All opposed? All right, the minutes have been approved. First item up on our agenda is continuing education program update plan, which will be presented by Cole Bartow.
Thank you so much. So for those of you who I haven't met before, my name is Cole Bartow. I am the new continuing education coordinator at the Montana State Library. I am following in Joe Flick's tremendous footsteps, and so grateful to her for kind of setting a course and having so many great things in place. That being said, we're about to embark on kind of a big project related to our continuing education program. So I just have a little bit of background, some history to bring to the NAC. For some, that these will be reminders or maybe a trip down memory lane, but also to give you a preview of how we're going to be moving forward in doing an update to the certification program. So Genevieve, if you'd like to go forward. So as I said, this might be a trip down memory lane, or it might be a little bit of new information for those of you whose careers don't go back to 1990 when the continuing education program of the modern era was initiated. We will go ahead and go to the next slide. And so most of the information I'm sharing with you is in the State Library's archives through the digital archive. And so I can provide you links if you would like to see the original documents in that. But really in 1990, that's when the continuing education program was initiated. And one of the main features of that program is that we see categories for continuing education. We see some recommendations around what types of continuing education and the amount of continuing education that directors, trustees, and staff should have. And I think the other key feature is that this is a voluntary program. There wasn't a requirement for directors, and it was really kind of a continuation of looking at the level of professional preparation of staff and how we as a state could help to define what it was that we expected and could provide in terms of continuing education in order to elevate the professional level of our library services. So in 1997, 96, 97, there was an update to the program. And in general, kind of the structure, requirements, categories, and that sort of thing were maintained. But this is the point where directors were required to certify. That was a proposal to the State Library Commission, and that was approved and adopted. And then we're going to fast forward a little bit, a little bit more than 10 years. And actually, Tracy Cook and Sue Jackson, Sue, who retired from the library a few years ago, were really instrumental in the updates to the program that were initiated in 2009. That's when we get our current name for the program, which includes directors, trustees, and staff. And then some additional program requirements were changed. So it's been more than a decade since there was a real in-depth look at the CE program. And we have a really nice convergence of the updates to the state library standards, our public library standards. And so here we find ourselves in 2022 with this opportunity to look back and also to look forward to adjustments that may need to be made, but also very, very specifically looking at the new public library standards and making sure that the continuing education program is in alignment and is in the best position to support professional preparation of our staff. So if we go to the next slide, this might be, I don't know, I was thinking maybe we could, at the upcoming library conference, do some sort of Kate's trivia event around some of this information, but I did pull from the 1990 certification manual the goals that were established at that time. And so I just invite you to take a look at the goals and the way that they're phrased from 1990.
Colette, I loved seeing the 1990 font. That gave me great joy.
Yeah, I did a screen capture, and it was a typed document that was PDF'd at some point, and then when it was uploaded to the Internet Archive, then you get the great reader view. But no, that was typed. Yep. yeah, our business education educators would be so proud of us, those of us who learned to type in that era. I think a couple of things really pop out to me, and I'd just be curious to hear from any of the NAC members and others if you kind of hear these same echoes. When we look for kind of measures of quality and what we expect of ourselves and kind of the standards that we want to meet, it's important to be able to, like it says in number 2, to acquire basic skills and knowledge. And that's something I think that really is reflected in how we've looked at technology as a CE category in particular. The bullet number 3, and you'll see this kind of continue through, is this idea of recognition. So how do we recognize that preparation of public librarians and staff, directors who make that personal commitment to updating their knowledge and skills? So this idea of recognition is an important thing that's carried through, as I said, maybe earlier from the 1960s when the first public library standards were really put into place, and we began to look at those as the measure of how we're providing services. I think the other thing too is that recognition in number 5 that public library boards and trustees are, part of this process, part of this program. And so thinking about how to identify their needs, especially when they have responsibilities around the selection and retention of personnel in service of providing improved and excellent library services. So if we go forward to, I think, the next section, which is from the 1999 version of the program guide, I think we continue to see, that same sort of language here. And again, I'll pause and see if there are any comments or anything else that has struck the group.
I wonder about that language about improving the public image of librarians. And I don't know if there's anything in the record that would indicate what the image was, what the perception of librarians were at the time that needed to be improved. Was it a recognition that there are professional job requirements that aren't otherwise recognized that can be identified through the certification program, or what might it have been?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question, and I didn't find or didn't access the minutes or see a lot of detail around the discussion that resulted in some of the changes in those statements. But I do think, it's part of thinking about the context of where we are right now. Recognition, improving the image, the public image of our libraries and services. I think they're really interesting things to think about when we talk about what is the continuing education that we all need in order to kind of fulfill these goals.
And it just feels part and parcel to the discussions we're having about some of the public library standards and the professional education requirements that are currently in administrative rule.
Yes, yes. There's an interesting word there too, motivating librarians to, continue to engage in not just, I think, skills, but kind of the knowledge that are going to help them achieve those larger goals, improving services, improving the image of libraries and that. So if we go forward to 2009, basically where we are today, there's, it's a little bit different format. And I should have said too, that each of these sets of goals are adopted by the State Library Commission and are kind of the guiding North Star for the further development of the continuing education program. So we see recognition here is another, I guess, goal or value that's carried forward. And then there's some kind of specific things about really paying attention to public library directors and what they need to know. Also, having basically a continuing voluntary track for trustees and boards. And like from my memory bank, this is, really the time period, and certainly Tracy could jump in and give a little bit more context around this, but it was a real aha during this time to think more specifically about the needs of trustees so that they understand their role, they have the support for the information that they need in order to, be informed members of a public board and those responsibilities. And again, I love the last bullet, clarifying ambiguous sections of the program. So up to this point, we hadn't really had any recognition of that. And again, prior to the 1997 iteration, this was all voluntary. Certification wasn't required. So this is where we are today. Actually, these are the goals that until we go through this next process of updating the program that we're operating from. So I think there's real opportunity here to clarify, to make sure that we're in alignment with the new public library standards, and to maybe wrestle a little bit more with what do we mean by recognition? What does that mean to us now today? And in particular for individual libraries where the recognition of staff for their preparation varies and takes different forms that we may not be aware of at this time. Okay, let's go ahead and go forward. I just wanted to make specific note of the changes in the CE categories themselves. So in 1990, we've got things that look familiar, but I think the main difference that I saw is that collection management and technical services became their own category in 1999, and technology was kind of this last bullet. And so that was one question I kind of had for this group, whether we talk about it today or you kind of think about this, but how meaningful are those categories to us today? Separating technology out from collection management and technical services. What do library services to the public mean? Do the things that we talk about with library administration and kind of the competencies that are included in that, are they continuing to be meaningful, and do they help make decisions about the types of continuing education that that we need to make part of our planned activities during the course of a year and that. So I'd love to hear just your impressions of those subtle changes in the categories over this time.
I guess one comment I have about the technology piece is I think going back to that public perception of librarians is a general ignorance by the public about the amount of technology that libraries are dealing with. And so I feel like the pay scales frequently don't reflect the amount of technological savvy that is being expected in libraries. And so I think calling that out is good to get that in front of board members in particular who might be looking at this document. So I'm glad to see that called out because just by having it there, it builds awareness about the kinds of things libraries are doing.
When I looked at this, I was really curious of whether these categories were similar to what other states did.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And I also, we know what the term technical services means, but I feel like that term is kind of problematic because it doesn't, nobody but somebody that works in a library knows that technical services means processing of the books and the materials.
I will say, as somebody who's had to be certified numerous times, it can be difficult to achieve the credits needed in technology and collection management and technical services because there's often not a lot offered in those areas. So it's not necessarily a reflection that someone isn't interested in them. Sometimes there just isn't a lot to be found there. And Susie's right. Yeah, technical services. That's tricky. It's very tricky because in everybody's job, whether or not they're directly involved in that probably varies greatly, but they are core services in the library world as we move towards collaboration and consortia and larger libraries using Baker and Taylor services. You know, the number of staff people actively involved in like original cataloging is decreasing rapidly. So how many credits can you get in copy cataloging techniques in collection management and technical services? I don't know. It's a core service of professional librarianship.
My other thought was how, when we're offering classes, when we look at like the Montana Library Association and different things, does anybody say, okay, we don't have any workshops in this area? Because I agree with you that when you go online to certify and you're like, okay, I've got to find 6 more credits in this. So I think that can be an issue. Yeah.
And this is Tracy. I would just jump in, and Joe Flick served as kind of an ex officio person on the MLA conference planning committee, and she would do that. And she did, and I'm sure Cole's experiencing this too. She also fielded a fair number of questions about where can I get access to these categories. But I agree, we would talk about the fact that those 2 areas in particular, there isn't a lot out there. The other thing that made technology tricky, I think, is it's so embedded. I mean, you know, if you're learning how to use OCLC's copy cataloging tool, you're technically working in technology and technical services, you know? So that is something Joe struggled with quite a lot with technology in particular.
Well, I know the 2 most favorite classes at our MLA conferences in the past have been book repair, and everybody brings all of their books, and then also original cataloging, because all of our books just sit there on the shelf and wait until somebody sits or somebody else does it. And so I know that those classes were like the 2 most popular when we were meeting.
Yeah, we used to joke if we wanted to get a bunch of people, just offer those 2.
I want to make sure everybody online is feeling welcome to comment. Genevieve, you'll keep an eye on the chat.
I know that we will have a lot more conversation and ways to engage around what these categories are, and then thinking about more opportunities to identify existing trainings that are out there, maybe from providers outside of the state or things that we can create ourselves. I think, you know, what's available is maybe limiting, but I think one of the other things that I kind of heard is that when we need to make a choice or try to find a certain number of credits in each category, that can be challenging from time to time because of that availability of kind of ready to go or readily accessible trainings or programs. Okay, so oh yeah, go ahead, Susie.
I just have one
Yeah.
other thing. I had a not very productive conversation with our HR director about the certification, and I almost wonder if it, you know, for places that have unions, like the Great Falls Public Library is a union shop, and I wanted to, you know, offer a pay incentive to all of my people that got certified, but because it's not in the union contract, they wouldn't do it. So I don't know if reaching out to MFPE or something like that and getting their input on the credentialing so that it was, you know, because if that's in the contract, you know, there's tons of organizations and professions where if you get your certification, that's an automatic bump
But this doesn't have that. And of course, it would be hard for budgets and all the different things. But I think to really get people to do it and to show the value of it, we got to have something that, it's more than an atta girl and a pat on the head at a board meeting.
Right. I
Yeah.
totally agree with Susie. And I think that it's something that, as far as the recognition component goes, I think that's something that'll really need to be handled at the local level with libraries. I sort of wish, looking back, maybe we wrote something like that into public library standards, that perhaps all full-time library staff should be certified in a reasonable amount of time. We rewrote some of our job descriptions last 2 years at Bitterroot, and we did write that requirement in, and we also gave those folks, regardless of their education, the title of librarian upon being certified by the Montana State Library, because we really have, kind of, bought in, for lack of a better term, into the importance, and really, are encouraging our staff to get certified and to do that. And for the folks that, just have an associate's degree or a high school diploma and on the job experience, for them to have the same title of, technology and AV librarian or cataloging and circulation librarian, it meant a lot more to them than I think either myself, the assistant director, or the board really thought it would. It's really been an empowering thing for them to be, have their title be librarian. And I think if you're looking at then also looking at increasing salaries or wages, having them have that title of librarian that they worked very hard to achieve is a little more defensible if people are looking at, why are you paying this person with an associate's, what somebody with, a 4-year degree might make somewhere else. Well, they've gone through this program, they've stayed certified, and they're just as much a librarian as, anyone else. So that was what we did at the local level. And I think that having job descriptions revised in libraries to reflect certification as a meaningful criteria for both title and wage would be a good way to kind of try to make some progress on that.
So online, I saw Jonna's hand raised.
Yeah, sorry. Raised my hand before the conversation jumped to this other discussion. But I was just kind of thinking in terms of, with the certification, looking at the different types and sizes of libraries too, could certainly impact how and the different ways librarians and directors are certified. I have a small library. Daniels County, 40 miles to the west of me is even smaller. And, they're not part of the, I don't think they're part of the shared catalog. So, with really tiny libraries, big libraries, I think certification, it might be helpful to look at the different types and sizes of libraries and how we look at certification from that perspective too.
Great point, Jonna. I'll agree with that I think for a small library, for the director to travel and receive training means the library has to close. They have to bring somebody else in who they don't normally pay to keep their library open. And that 60 hours becomes a lot harder to achieve for libraries that are smaller. We also had some chat from Erin. Genevieve, can you pull that up?
Yeah, Erin commented, I've made sure to have all job descriptions include certification within 2 years after hire. That is an excellent idea to change titles to librarian.
In my library I have one part-time that's a more professional position. And the way I have it is you're hired in as assistant librarian 1, and then you can be assistant librarian 2 when you've been for a year and have on-the-job training, and then you can qualify up to 3 when you become certified. And that each one comes with a bump up in the pay matrix in terms of your grade. So that's how I manage that. Coley, does this give you thoughts?
It gives great thoughts. And so I'm really grateful to kind of start the thinking process here today before we get into kind of the next steps with updating the program. Our collective thoughts are going to be really important to coming out with a more clear, meaningful way to both set the standard, but also, give multiple pathways to gaining that certification. So let's, if we don't have other comments, I just have a couple of other things to share timeline wise. Oh, sorry, Dorlin.
I just have a curiosity question. It's a little bit of a tangent, but based on what you were just saying about people moving up in the progression, does funding, like, do you get funding following that somehow? No, so you can have people progress, but you have to figure out how to get the funding. in place.
Correct. That would be a commitment that the board would take on to allow that to happen. And it's a part-time job, so it's a little easier to swallow.
Coley, I just wanted to add that as we begin to make more and more use of these core services committees, one of the things that I think, need to task them with is identifying the continuing education needs that come with these different kinds of course services, and also how those continuing education needs will change over time. For example, as certain services become more collaborative, what does that mean for the librarians that don't necessarily need original cataloging training anymore, for example? And I think too, when I look at these specific categories, the categories themselves may be fine, and some of the education needs within core services will cross them. Thinking about the MMP specifically, there's definitely a public services component of making use of the MMP and programming and making sure that patrons are aware of and making use of the services, as well as a technical services component of, how you actually digitize to standards and create metadata and be able to upload that kind of content. I also think with the technology specifically, that's an area where we probably need some better definition if that's a category that's going to continue. And we have a technology core services identified. I think in that definition, we're really talking about technology that our patrons use, that we are trying to put in their hands and help them make use of, or the public service or the public access computers that we provide, et cetera. But that's just my opinion. Other people might have different opinions. And I hope we can really lean on those core service committees to help us identify what current professional development barriers exist for the successful implementation of these core services that can inform the continuing education program.
John, is your hand raised again, or is that still from your last comment?
Sorry. No, I will take it down.
Okay. I
Thank
couldn't tell. Coley, one thing you've used a couple of times the word meaningful, and that is meaningful to me, because I think the value of continuing education is something that I personally and professionally experience. But when you're doing it just because you feel like you have to do it, getting your token credit, showing up, sitting in the room, I mean, that's why are we doing that? It's not worth it. So I think trying to look at how we achieve meaningful continuing education for our library staff and boards is really valuable. And I guess how we can look at impacts as well. I do want to add, between the 1999 and the 2009 version, it was really great to see, while I haven't gotten huge commitment from my library board specifically, having that be an option, having that being something that's suggested by the state library as a valuable thing for library staff and for trustees, I think was a great improvement.
Yeah. All right, more discussion to come. So let's go ahead to the next little bits of information. So this is a reminder. I took these slides directly from the last website chat. So if we go to the next slide, just to kind of recap, in terms of the implementation timeline, we're really looking at a year from now where libraries will certify using new standards. And in terms of continuing education, that really still only is an impact for directors, with the requirement for directors to have that certification. But I don't know, Jenny, if there was anything that you wanted to add to this, but I just wanted to have this as a reminder and just, make that connection to the timeline, the overall timeline that we're looking at for updates to the continuing education program.
Just a reminder that there is now some requirements for boards to take continuing education. And there's been a lot of question about what that means. Like, for example, can an individual board member take all the credits? And we've said no, the board means a quorum of the board. An individual does not represent the board. So at least a quorum of the board has to complete those continuing education requirements.
Now, if we go to the next slide here, I think I put just the language from the new rules. And the new rule for trustees is the board receives at least 3 hours of continuing education each year. So I think, that's an area that we want to, as Jenny has just said, kind of help to define and clarify further so that everyone can plan from that common understanding of what that rule says. And then I just pulled the language from the personnel rule that is about directors and boards providing sufficient budget for continuing education. And I think, that with the idea that staff have the tools that they need and the training that they need to perform their work in service of providing excellent library services to the public. So we're really going to be using, the language of the rule that's going into effect to help, again, guide where we need to define, clarify, and make any adjustments that help kind of open the doors to continuing education opportunities, regardless of your role in the library or for the library. And then,
Colette,
go
can I ask a
ahead,
question?
Dorlin.
So you may not know this off the top of your head, but the first part says about the required time frame mandated by the certification program. Can you remind us what that time frame is? Or if you know off the top of your head, if you don't, I'll go look for myself.
Certification is for a 4-year cycle. So, you have to re-up every 4 years. Oh, within 3 years. Okay.
Because I think your credits start to expire as well. So maybe that's why it's 3 years.
No, I think it's 4 years.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. Aspen automatically begins to expire credits, but not until it's been over 4 years.
Over 4. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So there's definitely things as we get further into the implementation of a new program, where looking at the technology that we use to manage the credits and access to the certification program, those are going to be down the road a little bit, but everything that we talk about and again clarify is going to help us to make those changes to the supporting systems and tools that allow us to track that information. So if we go on to the next little piece of information, I also put together a proposed timeline, and the disclaimer is, this may change, due to unknown circumstances or mitigating factors, but we're presenting this overall plan to the NAC today. We will reiterate the plan with the State Library Commission in June. The plan is to have a task force that will be seated to work directly on this, and also beginning in that time frame, start doing some outreach and information sharing, whether it's webinars. We do have a session scheduled at the upcoming conference in August, and I think it's titled Continuing Education Program, Past, Present, and Future. And so that will be really constructed as like a focus group and way to gather more information from, a variety of people who will be at that conference. We also intend to have task force meetings, probably virtually, in each time, to work with the concurrent program manual and information, and to bring in feedback through a survey, be working December to March on a draft of program recommendations, bring those recommendations for review at the NAC And then with a year from June, having action of the commission. So I think, really key things in those recommendations are going to be updates to the goals for the CE program, and then really getting into the nitty gritty of what's included, what is required, and how we communicate that. And then just that look towards August of having a new CE manual published. So that's kind of the overall timeline. It seems to be a generous timeline, but I think it is ambitious just with everything that is going on in order to get good feedback and to make those changes in a timely fashion. We'll just be in constant communication about that. Any reactions to that timeline?
Well, not so much to the timeline, but to the board's needing the 3 hours of training. In our board discussions, but some preliminary stuff, especially because it is the board, we had some conversations about trying to include a short piece of training in every board meeting, and not to put more on your plate, but if there could be like little micro lessons that are like 15 minutes long, and we just at some point in every board meeting, we just pick whichever one it is, throw it up there, do it, and then the whole board does it, and we get that done. Because I think it's going to be really hard for directors to figure out what training is going to be useful for the board, and if we had something like that, and I would even be willing to help make some of those, because I don't think that you guys can do all of that, but if we just had a committee of people that were like, what do the boards need and what can we put together? I think that would be super, super helpful, because for me, that's going to be the hardest one.
Yeah.
Definitely. Does anybody use the mirror? I love it. You can go online and you're like, I want 15 minutes of Pilates, or I want 30 minutes of strength training, or I want 5 minutes of stretching, or that's what I'm kind of envisioning as you say that. I want 15 minutes on personal management. I need 5 minutes on administrative rules. I need 10 minutes on Robert's Rules of Order. Yeah.
No, I am inspired by that. I mean, and yes, we will need to collectively come together as a community to construct that for sure. But yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, especially when there are, whether it's United for Libraries or some of the sources that we have out there and have access to really curate some of those and have a kind of a proposed progression of things to go through. And yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
I don't know if it'd be interesting for boards to, as we think again about some of these different core services, like what does a board need to know about the Montana Shared Catalog, or what does the board need to know about interlibrary loan? Like what are the kind of the policy level, the value level things that a board should be thinking about when it comes to those services? That could be
probably do a half-hour one on acronyms alone. I think that'd be useful for some board members, especially. I was at Tamarack Federation recently, and I could tell there was a lot of board members tapping me on my shoulder. What's this acronym mean? What's that? So yeah, some of that falls in the direction of sort of an overall like structure of the library system in Montana for board members, because I know some that have been involved in libraries in other states that have recently moved through. They're structured differently. Yeah, I think it's a great idea, Susan, to have some board between every board meeting every other.
Tracy has pointed out in chat the United for Libraries short takes for trustees, which my board started using a couple months ago when the standards were announced. There's a limited offering, although somebody said they're going to be adding and updating their content, which is great. We've had, let's see, Aaron's hand raised, and it looks like Sean wants to talk. Sean, since you're already live, you go first.
You want me to go first?
Yes.
Well, I was just going to say, with regard to Mark's comment about getting up to speed on acronyms, I know that there are some board onboarding resources, but something that we implemented as part of our onboarding for a nonprofit board that I serve with, a lot of those nuts and bolts type chunks of information we dropped into like basically just a training video for them that we gave to new directors as part of their onboarding, and then in the in-person training in-person training with those people, then that was an opportunity for them to ask questions and clarify things. But for things like the basics of finance that didn't really change, acronyms, funding sources, major players in the community, those are things that we could cover in a video session remotely. And it ended up being really useful because it gave them sort of a foundation so that in-person training was more meaningful. So if there are things like acronyms or a quick and dirty overview of how the shared catalog works and what the NAC is and the role that the commission plays in public libraries, those are things that might be able to get put into like a welcome to being a trustee type training.
Thanks, Sean. Erin, did you still have your hand up?
Yes, I do. So a couple of things. The state library has a subscription to Niche Academy now, don't we? That would be a great place to put some of these trainings if they need to be something that trustees would maybe do on their own time, or they could earn the badges or times that way. But one of the things about micro-credentialing that I just want to point out with the CE is that you can't claim anything under 30 minutes because I've tried in the past. And so if it is a 15-minute session, it needs to be a part of a larger, that these two sessions together equal a half hour. Or that's something we discuss on changing and adding micro credentialing to the CE program.
Erin, I think I saw Colette shake her head no to the question about the niche.
I'm not aware that we have a Niche Academy subscription. So we do have the United for Libraries access for the coming year. And then and this kind of gets into the down the road implementation. We do have our online learning platform, which is vaguely referred to as the Moodle right now, but we do have plans in place to better utilize that tool to provide access to training and materials through that. But before we can even go down that path, which will be a mechanism for the state library to issue credentials, micro credentials, and badges, as they've talked about, Erin, we need to know what it is that needs to be offered. And there's a more immediate need to get boards rolling, and, as you're saying, Susie, and I think everybody. So this has given me some really good ideas about kind of where to start in terms of identifying content and what's going to be helpful to create a roadmap for continuing education for trustees in particular.
And I would like to say that I feel like it would be great if there was somewhere in the CE program where you could get credit for reading a book, rather than having to go to a webinar. I mean, I feel like reading, homelessness in libraries was way more beneficial than a lot of the webinars that I've been to, because it was just such an in-depth thing, and there's just no real way to count that as far as I can tell in the CE credits. And since we're librarians, maybe we want to encourage that.
Just sort of on the topic of things that are valuable to librarians but aren't currently eligible for CE, I've thought that especially for service on committees like NAC and other ones, that if there was like a kind of quarter time credit compensation sort of thing for librarians that serve on those committees. That kind of seems self-serving since I've been on a lot of committees, but I think it would help for some of the librarians that are in the smaller libraries that are so busy with everything to where for them to take time away from their library to do something, and then still have to work on CE when they get back from being gone for a day. I think it'd be nice that there was something, it'd probably be like a library administration category, but I guess for some of the core services committees, it very well could be in technology or collection management or some of the other ones. But I've thought, I don't think a 1-to-1 ratio is entirely appropriate, but I think exploring something like quarter or half-time might be worthwhile to try to get some of the librarians involved that are already kind of stressed about the amount of time they have to devote to their own library, much less broader things. So that's just one idea.
So I'm feeling this is like maybe an idea that didn't even occur to me, but so are you claiming credit now for NAC? Okay, so that's a very good idea. It's professional work. You do a lot of preparation and study and that. So I love that idea.
Yeah, and I think the insight that you get into other libraries and just the way the state library works is really valuable. It's not sort of just compensation for the service that you're providing, but I think there is an educational component of being involved with these sort of, big picture committees and the, professional kind of camaraderie and collaboration. So, yeah.
Jonah commented, that's a great idea, Mark.
I can't remember when you are the one presenting a session. Isn't there a thing where you get some kind of credit for that?
You get double, I think.
Which is because you've done a lot of research,
right?
Into whatever your topic is. Yeah, so some sort of corollary. Any other comments in the room or folks online?
And I think we've really gotten to the questions that I had at the very end of this. So if we go forward from the timeline, I think we've talked about, and this is where I really want us to think forward in the future engagement we'll have. Are the goals that we have right now relevant? What do we mean by recognition? And I think we've already started to talk a little bit and be able to understand a little bit about how we want to reframe recognition, what that means at the state level for the CE program, but then what are the opportunities with individual libraries to take that certification into a different realm of recognition, whether that's titles or compensation or whatever opportunity exists at the local level. Talk more about what do trustees need. And then I had actually kind of changed these last two questions, and I've written a lot of these down, but what are the questions that we need to be asking from this point forward? And then what information can you bring or that we need to dig into more? And so these are just kind of ways to think forward to the next time that we talk. And if we just go to the last slide there, I would, yeah, go ahead.
So like where you put, what do trustees need? A lot of my trustees, they do go to continuing education things because they are part of our community in different ways. So their question was, how do they enter those CE credits that they went to? So for instance, we have actually 2 of our board members now are in Bozeman at that League of Cities and Towns or whatever. They're at that conference and they are talking at that conference about libraries and insurance. Alan is there from MMIA. And so they can use those, I'm assuming those credits or sitting in those classes, that information, but they keep coming back and saying, well, how do we enter this? And I'm assuming that they go into Aspen and we set them up an account in Aspen.
Yes.
Are they already entered into Aspen? Because I enter their names that they are on the board in Aspen so that there's that information.
Just entering them into Aspen on your board does not give them an account that they can then upload credits to. So they would have to get the Montana ePass account and then go in.
And then they send you the information. Can they email it to you or how do they? because these are really unique classes. And
Right.
United for Libraries, I've had a couple of my board members attend the United for Libraries and Trustees, and they really liked them.
Mhm.
But then they came back and said, well, how do we enter these in? So that's the big question on what do my trustees need, is they need more information on how to become certified, I guess.
And it's unfortunately a bit onerous.
Right.
I mean, I still at Aspen every time I use it. And my board chair, who's like all excited to enter his stuff every time, he gets so mad. And that's even when it's right there on the drop down menu of
When you
things to
choose,
choose. Right. So having to like put in, and it's not, I mean, you have to be able to give what it was, who presented it, the date, how many hours it was. It's not a lot of information, but then those would then go to Colette and she would have to review and evaluate and say, yes, this counts as
Library admin or
mhm.
which category in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, the barrier to claiming that credit is something that we need to address. And I think one thing we could do really quickly or relatively quickly is work internally to create kind of a one-pager. Here's how you claim that independent learning credit. And it has also made me think of, there's another area that I'm sure will come up in our conversations is verification. Who verifies for trustees? And it's really important that those accounts are set up in Aspen, so that not that they can just claim the credit, but then it's clear who would verify those independent learning opportunities that they should be able to take advantage of. But verification was kind of a question that I had coming in. What does that mean in terms of recognition? What does that mean in terms of the validity of a learning path that somebody's gone through? So, okay, thank you. I am making notes, but at the very least, we could have in the knowledge base, how do trustees claim the credit? And then like a one pager that everybody could have.
I'm just curious. I think that'll be helpful, but I still think just given Aspen, if you look, there's like 8 hours of continuing education videos on how to use Aspen, which I think is sort of indicative of the barrier to really moving easily within that. So I have two thoughts. In neither are probably particularly realistic, but I really think it'd be nice if there's a liaison from the Montana State Library that could reach out to individual trustees and sort of form, not an ongoing in-depth relationship with them, but just, it's nice for them to hear from somebody in an official library capacity other than the director. And I think that might sort of help them because the director's got all the library stuff to manage. This is sort of, outside of that. So I think that'd be nice. And in terms of logging the credits, I almost wish trustees could just submit a trouble ticket that says, hey, I'm, Joe Smith at Bitterroot Public Library. I need to claim 3 hours for the Tamarack Federation workshop. And then somebody there just logs into Aspen and does it sort of as a ghostwriter for the trustee rather than, I just think it's especially for some, the vast difference in skills and even access to, reliable internet for trustees in certain communities. I think it's just going to be a barrier to, I think we're always going to be pushing against the grain to get trustees to use Aspen.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I am aware that it's just fun to learn all of these things in the course of learning to use Aspen myself. And we do have trustees who do not have email.
Would there be a way that our trustees could compile themselves a one page of this is the training I went to, this is who taught it, and this is how many hours, and they have that, and we submit that as a standard to say our board has done 3 hours or whatever? I mean, would that be a certain option, or are we stuck on putting it all in Aspen?
Well, the question is for the standards, I don't think we're required to validate those 3 hours in Aspen, correct? Like, so we would just be certifying as a board and the director at the end of the year that yes, our board received these 3 hours. And so that takes care of the micro credentialing problem that Aaron pointed out if we're using these 20 minutes per board meeting as how we'll get to the 3 hours. But it's unfortunate that it has to be so challenging. We've had a flurry of activity. Pam Henley has commented that Mark has great ideas. So that was fun. Somebody raised their hand. I think it was Tracy.
It was me, Jody, and I was just going to say what you just said. I think that people believe that they have to use Aspen for that board piece, and that's not correct. The standard isn't that your board members are certified. The standard is that your board has taken at least 3 hours of CE. And we've always used an honor system with the public library standards, and we're still going to continue that. So they don't have to use Aspen. It's just if they want to, which we definitely want to reduce that barrier, no doubt about it. For
And I
those
know
who do want to certify.
some libraries have made it a goal for all of their trustees to be certified. And if that's the case, then right now you do have to go through Aspen to do that. Okay, did I catch everybody online who was wanting to comment? Okay. Coley, the one word I wanted to add to your list of questions is, are the goals accessible? So that gets at what Jonna had said about, with smaller libraries, kind of gets at Mark's point about, are there ways that people could get credited for their advocacy work and engagement in committees and boards and groups like that, and some of our concerns about trustees being able to successfully access Aspen.
This is great. So be in touch. I know we've taken a lot of time on this, but your thoughts and just your direction around this are going to be super helpful.
Sorry, just had one more thought about the goals being relevant. I think it's sort of striking to look in here and realize that there's not a specific thing that addresses early literacy or youth services. I don't know if that'd be valuable to look at going forward, because that is such a huge part of what libraries do now. And it's, covered under library services to the public, but I think breaking that out into its own track might be really worthwhile. And the thing that brought that to my mind is, we have 7.3 or so FTE at Bitterroot. And when we've revised the job descriptions, the main folks all fall into these categories. Library administration, that's director, library services to the public, that'd be the community librarian, programming librarian, youth librarian. Then we have another librarian that's the, collection, or circulation and cataloging librarian, that's the, collection management technical services one. And then we have a technology, periodicals, and audiovisual librarian. So it's really interesting to look that, and I think that makes us a very well-rounded library and really able to have someone on hand that's an expert in sort of those things and able to help both the library function, both behind the scenes as well as, front facing to the public. So I think it's sort of interesting to look at the continuing education almost as a framework of what skill sets you want to have distributed around your library. Because if we had, all the full-time folks, but everybody was just in collection management and technical services or technology, and that was their staff track specialty, then it, end up a little unbalanced perhaps.
It's a great idea, but all of those things are me, so please don't add anything else to my duties.
Kylie shared, are we consistently able to gather trustee CE data?
There's a lot of head shaking no and comments to that effect in the room.
Yeah, I think one of the real hopes over this next year is to clarify business kind of rules and practices that are going to translate into us being at the state level to be able to track and report on those CE activities more specifically and more accurately, or to be able to really answer the important questions that we have kind of at that state level, but then also to provide useful reporting and information back to directors about what their CE engagement looks like for staff. But I think we have to have that clarity of business rules and practices in order to tame the tool, which, may or may not be Aspen, in its current form in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Coley. I think we all had a lot of thoughts on this. I'm guessing if the NAC is any indicator, you'll have plenty of people to sign up for your task force. Amelia, are you with us online? You are next on the agenda.
Yes, I am here. Yeah, Genevieve, if you could just bring up that policy. So this is on here. I'm just looking for the NAC's feedback on this programming policy, but I thought it might be helpful to give a little bit of context of where this came from. So the MLN virtual program, perhaps some of you saw that we had our first virtual program with Mark Gibbons, Montana's Poet Laureate, back on April 20th. And that went super well. But this idea actually came out of the Lifelong Learning Core Services Committee, and it actually came out of a larger discussion about the new public library standards and the standard about virtual programming. And there was a really interesting discussion from the committee members about what kinds of virtual programs worked super well of the libraries that had done it during the pandemic. And then we were just brainstorming, how can the state library help with this standard? The idea of doing a communal virtual programming series came up as a way to help libraries achieve the standard, as a way to provide quality programming directly to Montanans, and also as a way to sort of be a collaborative project between libraries in Montana as well. So that was the sort of origin story of this virtual programming series. And then afterwards, I realized that we probably needed to actually have a policy about it. So that's what this document is. This was sort of put together. I did refer to a lot of your guys's actually programming policies, so you might recognize some of the language in here. But my main questions were, I hope that the goals of this programming series are clearly stated, and to see if you have any questions about that. And also just to make sure that, the criteria, the selection process, if there are issues or complaints, that sort of thing, were clearly outlined, and if there are other, gaps that we were missing. In case you were curious about how the first program went, we had 49 people register in Zoom, and 34 of those people or those entities visited the space at some point, the Zoom room. 3 of those entities were actually libraries doing watch parties. So I think in all, we probably had about 40 people watching and listening to Mark. And then there were 16 libraries who had signed up to co-host this event. And we got 23 surveys back from patrons, which was really, really great. And overall feedback from both patrons was very positive. Mark was great. He was a hoot and a half, and we had a really good time with him. And then feedback from libraries was also fairly positive. And I think some of the things that I have things to keep in mind for the next program, which we're doing in May. And then something to consider for the future is for Mark's event, I facilitated that. And for Mariah's event in May, I also am planning on facilitating that. But hopefully in the future, I would love to encourage an intrepid public librarian to be the facilitator of these events, to really show people the value of public libraries and their programming and their role in providing events such as these. So that's something that I'm hoping to encourage in the future as well.
Amelia's very gentle in her use of the word encourage. I think at some point we're going to need to require libraries to host these events. The standard is that local libraries offer virtual programming, and we can't be a crutch for local libraries doing that. We're happy to help with the programming. We're happy to help with sort of setting up the administration. But it is with the intent that libraries become comfortable creating virtual programming, using the technology, encouraging participation from their patrons, and really being that facilitator and organizer of those events.
So I have a question about that. Virtual programming, that's going to become a requirement in libraries. So that's going to be a requirement on the standards. Okay, so in the smaller libraries, you have to remember that there's only really one of us that's full-time and there's only one librarian in there. My library does 0 virtual programming. Everything is in person. And even through COVID, everything was in person. We did 0 virtual programming. And we just do not at this time have somebody to take on the virtual programming, and it does not look like in the future we will get that, unfortunately. So we have to remember with the other smaller libraries that this is going to be tough to require something. A lot of our communities in the smaller communities aren't interested in virtual programming, or they don't have access to it. I mean, a lot of people in Dillon and the surrounding area come to the library for their internet use and things like that. So, I mean, even them being at home, or if they come to the library for virtual programming, we do not have a conference room at all. A lot of the small libraries do not have conference rooms. A lot of the Carnegie libraries do not have conference rooms. So we're looking at doing it in the middle of the room with everybody there. We have shelves. We do not have wall space to put up we don't have this would never happen in my library with a big screen. And so it's to the point where it's not feasible. And to do something like this, we're going to have to find an outside venue. And then it becomes a whole different type of programming. And so that's one thing that with the smaller libraries, this is, I know this is the way that our future is going, but I want to know how. I want to know how we're doing this when we don't have the budget to even hire another library assistant, or you have people, in these small libraries that are just one person that are now we're being required to add something else in, or space is a huge issue. So just keep that in mind, because this is terrifying to me that now I'm taking away another night with my family or a weekend with my family or things like that, because this is going to become a requirement. And then on top of that, I'm going to have to figure out the space to do it, or a place, or things like this. So I don't know.
Lori, I think those are all really great concerns and questions, and I don't think you're alone in having those. One of the things from the Core Services Committee discussion, and the reason this idea kind of came out of that, is that a couple of libraries who had done a virtual program, they were talking about the virtual programs that had worked super well. And one of them had mentioned one was a Humanities Montana conversation speaker. Another one was a Audubon bird thing. I don't remember the exact topic. And they were sort of saying in retrospect, oh, I wish that I had sort of invited other libraries to participate in this. I think the beauty of virtual programming is that it doesn't have to be 82 virtual programs at 82 libraries. It could be, currently right now with the Mark Gibbons event, it was, I was the one who had reached out to Humanities Montana and sort of organized that. But I do think if there are other libraries in Montana who are kind of already doing that and doing the organization, then are just like, hey, do other libraries want to help us spread the word and, attend and just see how we facilitate things and just offer this as a potential program, which hopefully that would be a lighter lift compared to organizing it on your own. And I do think, your points about some people don't have internet, so the only place they could come to watch it would be at the library, but maybe that could be your step up of just your next step of doing a watch party at the library. And, maybe that still might not work super well for your space, but hopefully that'd be a little bit easier to think about compared to, as you said, like getting a big projector, doing all sorts of things to your library that just obviously are not not going to be the most realistic. So I think that's how we were interpreting the virtual programming standard, is, you know, I think what I really got out of that conversation is that not every program works well as a virtual program, but there are certain programs that could work super well, and not everyone has to participate. But if if one library is doing that, and others are willing to join in, and a library is happy to help coordinate that, I think that's what we're trying to model, and that's something I'd love to help facilitate in the future as well. Sorry, my cat jumped up on my lap. That's what that was.
No, I think it's great. It's just like with the whole screen and everything like that. I mean, at a lot of these smaller libraries, we put my computer, which some of you can see it, we put my computer at the end of a table, and then everybody has to sit around the table and look at that. So there's really, it's hard. And then with our Zoom, we don't pay for Zoom or anything like that just because we don't have the budget to do it. So you get, what is it, 3 people, and you get 45 minutes and it cuts you off. And so, because we did try to do a book club where we had a presenter on, well, then we had other people coming on and it crashed it. And then, yeah, they were just totally cut off. And so that's, with the smaller libraries, you have to really look at those things and take that into account, that we have one full-time person and that's me. And I know there's a lot of libraries that are like that, and space is huge.
Not to totally say I have the solution, but in one of our small spaces, we got, you know, the flat screen TVs now are super cheap. They're like, you know, $200, and we just got one, put it on a roll cart, and then we can make a space for a virtual meeting anywhere, because you just connect it with the HDMI cable. And that was a cheap way that we were able to do the smaller meetings.
I get that, but sometimes I wish you guys would actually visit my library, because we had somebody that wanted to come in and, the law, they wanted to put up a law computer, right, at our library. And I'm like, oh, that's great. But if you can come in and show me where you're going to put it, that'd be even better. And they walked in and they walked around, and he goes, yeah, I think I'll just contact the courthouse. And I said, yeah, that's probably a better idea, because we literally, all of our walls are shelves. That's it. And so if we so we like storage as well. Where are we going to keep a cart? Because all of our walls are shelves, because we're just so small. And so I'm trying to think of, there's another lady that she's contacted me too and said that they're pretty small and it's hard and she's by herself, and how are we going to do this? And I'm like, I don't know, we'll figure it out. But that's one thing, is that maybe, you know, state librarians, please travel around to your libraries and check them out to see what they really look like.
John, I saw you had your hand raised.
Yeah, and I think Lori does make some really good points there about it. You know, I'm the only one in my library too. I will be the one responsible for doing the virtual programming. I have more space than Lori does. But programming, no matter what it is, virtual or in person, is a lot of work. It takes a lot of time. If you're dealing with technology, you got to make the technology work. You got to fiddle, battle. I like the idea of virtual programming. I think it's wonderful. I think it's another way to get our public involved in seeing what the libraries have to offer. But again, Lori brings up some really good points that I think will take some consideration when we look at this.
I'll just say, you know, the standards have already been adopted. So this is now a standard. And I really appreciate the work Amelia has done to make this standard more accessible, if nothing else, by participating in these programs that are being, all the hard work is being done at the state level. It gives us a feel of what's the interest in our community. How would we potentially replicate this in the future? et cetera. And I do think the standard, I don't have that. I could easily pull it up, I suppose, on my computer, but it's not specific in terms of how much. I think it's making sure that we use the tools accessible to us and that we try to reach people in programming in every way possible. So hopefully there will be grace granted in how that's interpreted, because I'm also a small library and I don't have time to offer programs in person or online that nobody attends. If the demand is not there, if the audience is not there, it is really not worth, I mean, everything I do has to be meaningful and worthwhile and well attended, right? Or it was not worth my time. So, but Amelia, I think what's on the agenda today is the idea of this as a policy, and I think it looks great. From Pam Henley, the standards say everyone has access to virtual and face-to-face programming. So access could be, right, that on our Facebook page, we share that another library is doing a virtual program, or hey, look at this YouTube video that Bozeman put up about something or other, or like recently we did an author talk and we had somebody from the community record it and edit it and put it up on YouTube afterwards. So technically I feel like that was us offering something virtually.
Jody, that's exactly what the intent of the standard was. And when the Public Library Standards Task Force was thinking about this, it was in the midst of the pandemic. And we were talking about the fact that a neighboring library or a library in your federation might be doing story time via Facebook. And if you're promoting that to people in your communities for them to take advantage of, you're providing access to virtual programming. So we want to be very flexible, but this standard is also designed to help us think about how do we provide library services when our physical libraries are closed, or for those people who can't come to the library. And I think that's really important for us to think about. And I'm really grateful that Amelia and other colleagues are thinking about how we can collaborate with one another to address concerns like Lori and Jonna have. We certainly don't want to overburden people, but I think we can think creatively about the programming that we're already offering, not doing something new or in addition to, but is there a way to include a virtual element to the programming that we're already offering? And as you said, look at what our colleagues are doing around the state and how can we elevate those kinds of programming opportunities.
Jonna commented, and I want to say that I think Amelia is doing a great job on this. It is a lot of work and it is appreciated.
No, I agree. Amelia does an amazing job. That's not a reflection here. It was just a concern that there's just seems to be a lot more adding lately. So we just, one of those things is being by ourselves.
And maybe that's something like the federations could be encouraged to work on, like a virtual program calendar that is shared with all the libraries in the federation, and we all cross promote, because if Great Falls Public Library does story time on Facebook every Wednesday and somebody else does it on a different day, and if we all promote that, then we just have more access and that meets the standard.
Amelia, the one thought I had with regards to this policy, and if this is just the policy for programs that the state library is facilitating, that's one thing. But if you are asking all Montana Library Network libraries to abide by these policies, registration, and I just hit my Zoom renewal and I was like, I'm just going to do it for a month. That'll get us through our Zoom one book billings program. It'll get us through the next Friends of the Library meeting. And then from there, I'm not sure we actually need the subscription. And whatever software is used for registration and evaluation, that's beyond me. I wouldn't even begin to want to try to do that. So I guess that would be my comment, is there's ways I can imagine doing virtual programming, moving ahead in my library that would not comply with this policy, but I think would comply with the standard, if that makes sense.
And I think that's a great point. I think my scope for this policy was specifically for things that the state library through the Montana Library Network was sponsoring. And I mean, I think eventually I don't think this programming series will be going on forever. So I think for the limited amount of time that it does, this was the policy we were hoping to adopt for that. So I was not expecting this to be the policy that all libraries in Montana adopt.
I think it looks great. I really appreciate all the work you put into this, and I think there is a lot of value in having this structure. And I think for the scope of what you just identified, this seems like a great document. I'm really interested. I think there's so much potential here for local programs at libraries and to collaborate and have a shared database. I think of all and this is not necessarily from the live virtual programming side of things, but I just think about if libraries were kind of, inspired and had the state helping provide some templates and even some resources, connecting people with, even, people in film or kind of journalism schools at University of Montana or MSU, to have people go out and sort of interview local experts and highlight some of the cool things, and the libraries could post those on some, like the Montana State Library Vimeo page or something, and people could just see all the amazing people in our library communities. And I think something like a tour of the Dillon Public Library, which has got to be one of the coolest libraries in Montana. I mean, I think just, a tour, a half-hour tour of the history of that, the building, something like that would be a really cool program. Or Meg Bannock in your neck of the woods, having, you guys facilitate something like that that's hosted by the library, filmed there, but not necessarily like a live program. Because even in Hamilton, in the Bitterroot, live programs were just not something that was super well attended. They were, it was kind of hit or miss. And it was just the return on effort to attendance was just not really worth it for us. But I've kind of, I'm thinking of just how cool it would be once seeing how this works as an MLN sort of thing, and then seeing how what work is done there can be used by libraries to help sort of document their community, build some engagement. And if the standards would, since as access to virtual program, if that is just saying, our library uploaded these really cool interviews with people in our community on the Vimeo page, go watch it. I think that'd be really neat and a good sort of PR thing for libraries too. And I think, if we really, had a good template and structure and some people that were willing to be involved in this, that can take the kind of, filming and the heavy lifting of actually doing all the technical stuff off of our hands, I think that'd be great to allow us to do what we do best, which is engage and interact with our community and kind of, catalog information. So I think there's so much potential for this, even beyond what's just here, which you did a terrific job of, and I think is going to be really helpful to help people get comfortable with this aspect of the standards and this kind of aspect of programming. So thank you.
Thanks, Mark. And I think those are some really great ideas. I think all of us, especially during the pandemic, our idea of virtual programming was probably pretty limited. And now as we've done, the more you do of something, the more you better understand the scope and what you're able to do. So I think those sorts of ideas are things that we are looking for, and I'm definitely interested in hearing more about. I'm really excited about the direct patron feedback as well. I'm really hoping that they will help us identify areas of interest for the future. And I do think that this will be an ongoing conversation with the Lifelong Learning Committee. So please do continue to bring up these ideas. And I think this will be something we'll continue to discuss as we learn more about this format and what people are interested in and what people seem to enjoy.
Thank you, Amelia. Do you feel like you got the feedback you were looking for and then some?
Yes. No, these are all really great ideas, and thank you everyone for your input.
Great. I've got 11:06. I feel like people need a break. How about we reconvene at 11:15? Does that work for folks? Okay. We will be back in 8 minutes.
We're back from our break and the recording has resumed.
Hello, everyone. Just to give you guys an update, I believe our next section here will probably take us a while to work through. So at some point we will take a break so that everybody can have some lunch. But for now, let's get started on the library development plan. And Tracy, I understand you will be starting this conversation.
Yes, I will. So to just kind of open it up, Kara did an incredible amount of work drafting that library development plan that's linked on your agenda. Then we also shared with you the comments from the LSTA evaluators. And I used that information to kind of craft an outline for today to just get us started. And so Genevieve, I wondered if I could share my screen, if that would be okay.
Sure, let me make you a I think you, let me check.
I am a co-host.
Okay,
I
yep,
just,
so go ahead. Yep.
okay. I didn't know if it would like cause havoc for you if I just
Nope.
grab the screen. So you should be seeing this outline for the LD plan discussion. And what I thought about was, what I hope we get out of this conversation, and I ran this by Kara and Jenny real quickly. Certainly selfishly, I confess that Kara and I are going to be tasked with writing the LSTA 5-year plan, which is a requirement for all our federal money. So I definitely am hoping that at the end of this conversation, Kara and I have what we need to be able to do that. And that the resulting plan, the library development plan, and obviously that's feeding into the LSTA 5-year plan, benefits Montanans and helps us achieve the Fair Library Access Resolution. That we have a living document that helps us evaluate how we are doing and helps us make funding and service decisions. And that basically everyone, especially us, state library staff members who are going to carry out this work, know what the priorities are for the next year and next 5 years. I just wanted to check in first before we jump into the discussion part of it to see if that seemed reasonable to everyone. Is there anything missing or anything you have questions about?
I just wanted to make a process comment. Since this is going to be sort of a lengthy discussion, and really the first time the NAC has approached the idea of creating this kind of library development plan, I do view this as kind of a work in process, and in future years as we do this work and incorporate more and more feedback from the core services committees, I hope it will be more of an iterative process. So this is definitely kind of getting our feet wet this first time. What I would like to ask of the NAC is that we could schedule maybe one follow-up Zoom meeting sometime in early June to actually take action to recommend both the library development plan and the LSTA 5-year plan as a formal recommendation to the commission for their June 15th commission meeting. So because you're just seeing this today and we're really still very much in the development stage, we didn't feel like it was appropriate to ask for that action today, but it's important to me to get that action. And I think that could be a kind of a single agenda item meeting that we could have via Zoom that may not take too long, depending on NAC discussion. Thanks, Tracy.
Yeah, no, thank you. And certainly everyone should jump in as we're going through this. Can I take silence as yes, we are okay with these outcomes? All right, so with that, I decided to kind of think about the feedback that the evaluators had, the library development plan, the questions that Kara and I had as we kind of looked at that library development plan. And one of the things the evaluators said that I thought was really helpful is they were just kind of like, you have these goals and they're kind of aspirational, but they're almost strategies more than goals. And where are you going? And Jenny made the point that the Fair Library Access Resolution is kind of our vision. At the time that we wrote that plan, the Fair Library Access Resolution wasn't in existence. So it's kind of nice that we do have that vision. So my first check-in is to just make sure I'm not making an assumption here that's bad. I think the vision for the Montana Library Network is that all Montanans will have access to library content and services sufficient unto their needs, which is basically the last sentence of the Fair Library Access Resolution. Is that agreed?
Heads are nodding.
Thank you for that, Jody. That's the downside to being in a hybrid situation. So since that is in fact our vision, the next thing that the evaluator mentioned that both Kara and I kind of thought about too is having outcomes centered around that and user-centered outcomes. And Kara mentioned this in her memo to you, is as we were going through the library development plan and we were putting it together, we realized that, you know, some of that information we took about the Montana Library Network was when I think we were all kind of trying to figure it out and figure out what it was going to be. And the NAC came to kind of consensus that it was very much going to be services focused on patrons, recognizing that there's a role for the state library staff to play in reducing barriers to providing those services. And so to kind of try and get us to those user-centered outcomes, I wanted to take that vision and do the So That exercise, which I think a lot of you are familiar with the So That exercise. But for those of you for whom it might be something different, now, I guess probably about 6 years ago, the state library had training from an economist, Sam Becker, who kind of walked us through the concept of public value and what that means. And as she did that, she was really tying it to logic models and impact statements and outcome statements. And you saw some of that language when you read the LSTA evaluator summary. And the idea behind it is that we are able to explain what value people get from a service at the library in a way that our stakeholders can understand. And it's something our stakeholders care about. And stakeholders can be the people using our services, people in our community, you know, our library staff, our boards, directors, and of course, some of the funders, granting organizations or local government entities as well. And one of the things that Sam took us through that was very helpful for some of us in developing outcome statements was the So That exercise. This doesn't work for everyone, by the way, but we're going to give it a shot here and see if it will work for us in developing user-centered outcomes for just Montana Library Network as a whole. And the reason that will be useful for us is it will be useful for us in measuring how we're doing in achieving our goals and measuring how we're doing in achieving these outcomes for people. And that's going to be useful in a variety of ways. One, just making sure we're delivering value to people in Montana through the services of the Montana Library Network, and two, communicating with funders in particular about why we might need more money because of all the great things that we're doing and the benefits Montanans get from them. So the way this exercise works is you get to channel, you can call it your inner snarky teenager, you can call it your inner 3-year-old, whatever you want to do, but we're basically going to keep drilling down using So That, which is basically asking the question, why, what value do Montanans get from having this again and again and again until we get to what we think might be the bone, whereas that really true impact that libraries provide for Montanans. And like I said, this doesn't work for everyone. For some people, this is a method that, you know, it just clicks for them and they're able to get really meaningful statements. For those of you for whom this might not work, at the end or maybe along the way, I'm going to pause and just kind of ask, are there some sort of outcomes related to that? Because for some people, they actually do better just thinking about the outcomes and the benefits to Montanans just directly, like as if they were designing learning or they were designing a service. You know, especially like my teacher friends, I find that they naturally think outcomes first. So basically, here we go. So I've put the vision statement in here. All Montanans will have access to library content and services sufficient unto their needs. So that, like, why? What difference does that make?
So that they have information to function in a democracy.
I had been thinking so that they can be informed citizens. It's kind of the same idea.
So that they can enjoy literature.
Okay.
Sean, is
so
that
that they,
you?
Is that you, Sean? Go for it.
so that they can contribute to their communities.
So that they can be prepared for educational and employment opportunities.
I'm just gonna let Sean know. I mute you. You're always gonna be unmute yourself at any time, only because there's some background noise on your account. No,
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm in a noisy space.
So that they can connect with their community.
So that they can function in our digital economy. Well, in our digital and in-person economy.
I was going to say so that they can continue their educational needs.
So that they can grow personally.
So that they can express their individuality.
So they can be lifelong learners.
So that they can overcome economic disability.
Or disparity.
Tracy, did you see Dalton's?
I did
comment?
not. Thank you for helping with the chat. What is
Dalton
it?
commented, so they can have access to trusted information.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of the way to word, some of the social service elements that we provide and just folks connecting so that they feel valued, so that they feel safe. I don't know. Any other?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of that too, Jody, in a way that sort of gets at like most of these things are, they're practical, and I certainly agree with all of them. But I'd be interested in things that address like the concrete, the actual like building of the library, because the library as a space is really, really important.
Yes.
In every community, in the way that, it can help, kind of combat isolation or just other things. And I don't have a good kind of that answer to that aspect of what we provide, but I think it's really important.
I've been using a place of refuge a lot so that everyone in the community has a place of refuge, meaning a place to use the bathroom, a place to get out of the heat, to get out of the cold, to get a drink of water. I mean, I think we serve that.
Yeah, and I think it's also a place to be inspired, and sort of what like Aaron said about a place for personal growth. I feel like those dovetail pretty well, and that it is nice to have a physical space to go where you can have those kind of serendipitous encounters, either with people in your community or with books that are, on the shelf or magazines.
So I think we want something that says so that they have access to a space, ...
So that they have access to a safe, inspiring, comfortable public space. Refuge, I get it. I get it, but I don't love it, I guess. The easy way to put it.
Environment. So we have two different groups that come in, and one is actually learning Spanish and the one is actually learning English, because we have a huge Spanish community that does not speak English. And so we have those in there tutoring each other which is really interesting. So I was trying to figure out a way to put a place, a place for communication or something like that to where they're both learning, I guess, to grow for a lot of reasons.
And somewhere we've got to have that it's a space that's free and welcoming to everyone, right? Because that's what's so unique about what we can do. You don't have to buy anything. And it's always there. And so like we've started giving out COVID test kits in the library, and public health is like, oh my gosh, you guys are the shining star of giving these out. Like they don't want to come to us for these free test kits that are free at public health. But like people feel welcome in a library and non-judged in a library in a way that is unique. I don't know how to express that in a so that statement. But Tracy will figure it out, right, Tracy?
Trying. I put welcoming, maybe non-judgmental. Maybe I'll add that.
And not to nitpick, but like, so the word free is bothersome to me because libraries aren't free because they, so one of the terms that we've been using is a space where you don't have a commercial expectation. Like there's no, like your tax dollars pay for it. So when you come here, you're not expected to pay more. That's not a great phrase, but it's not free to the community, but it is a place where you don't have to buy the cup of coffee in order to be welcome.
I use non-commercial, Susie, because I think you're right. It's dangerous to use free only in the sense that sometimes people assume that means you don't need to fund libraries. Okay.
I'm wondering if maybe instead of non-judgmental, I mean, libraries are non-judgmental, but I wonder if supportive might be a better word, because that implies like lack of judgment, but also doing more than just being totally, yeah, we're not judging you, but we're also not helping you. And I think libraries are just super uplifting places. And even people that come in, we're supportive in the way of I think we're supportive by being non-judgmental. And I think yeah, not to quibble over the word or that, but I just thought that might be in addition to or instead of non-judgmental.
When I was making body language, like I'm going to say something, I was thinking of the word trusted. They trust our knowledge and resources, but they also trust their relationship with us in general.
The statement of all Montanans have access to library content and services sufficient unto their needs. It really doesn't get at the library building and the library staff. And again, when we ask for community feedback, the thing over and over and over is the staff, the staff, the staff, the staff. So maybe there's no way to really get at these pieces when the opening statement is all Montanans have access to library content and services. Because space and staff aren't really content and services.
You don't feel them as services? I'm just a little surprised by that.
I don't know. I guess I think of the content and services as being slightly separate from the people who provide them. Like I think of those as a different concept. Have we gotten at like folks coming in and doing their resumes, applying for jobs online? There was something about economic
disability or disparity, as well as
where is it?
They can be prepared for educational and economic opportunities.
Does economic opportunities imply jobs? Like you're applying for a job?
What do people think?
Well, I think it implies both applying for a job, applying for SSDI, applying for, a business loan. So I think, if we do jobs, I think then we also have to call out all the other things that we do to support businesses. Because one of the most important things that we've been doing is helping, during COVID, the beginning of COVID was applying for unemployment.
Absolutely.
And that was the economic Yeah, well, and yeah, so, yeah.
I agree, and I think in addition to those applications, this also captures that intent to offer skills development opportunities. People need to make a job change to address their unemployment. We can help facilitate that. But I think that's a good point, not to get too mired in the specifics, with the right level of specificity.
So I'm curious because we all know what to read into these so that statements. But who is this for? Is this for the person that really doesn't know what libraries do and we're trying to tell them how important it is what we do, or is this for those of us that are in the know?
It's a great question, Jody. Yeah, what you hope you get from this is something that you can easily share with people who don't know. And that I was actually kind of going through here to see what the themes were of the different statements. That leads me to a question that I have for the group is how would you explain to a funder or someone who doesn't know anything about libraries and what they do, why it's important that libraries are places for learning, for economic opportunity, for people to contribute to the community, for people to become informed citizens, for people to enjoy literature, for people to grow personally and express their individuality. Like, why does that matter? Why should they care?
Because if you want people to live in your community, when we're recruiting for workers, quality of life matters, and a good library is a selling point to have your employees move here, Calumet. Stop protesting your taxes.
I think that's kind of the $1 million question. I don't think it's easily solved in a meeting. Has anybody read David Lankus? Not his, oh gosh, I'm blanking now on the little book that I was reading of his, but he talks about how, when you say you've got a school and you're funding a school, it's easy to say, well, a school does this and a hospital does this and a something or other does this. But with a library, it's not one thing that the library does. And coming up with that answer is a really tough thing to figure out. What does a library do? There is no one answer. Libraries educate. Yes, they provide information. Yes, they do all these things. That's wonderful. But putting it into a one sentence thing is a really difficult thing to do. And I'm not sure he even answered it completely. Does that sound familiar to anyone who maybe has read him?
That in particular doesn't sound familiar, but the concept that you're talking about does sound familiar. And I guess to that end, what that made me think of is something that I've talked about with our board in reference to the services that we offer, is that we work very hard to make sure that they're representative of the community. So in addition to this statement that people want to live in a community that prioritizes the quality of life of the citizens, the library is there to make sure that the services that we offer are representative of the needs of the community.
Collaborate with our community to create a better town or space for
I really like the way Jonna asked that question, or kind of phrased that of, it's very easy to explain what a fire department does, what a school does, what a hospital does. And I think the simplest answer is, in a community, libraries do almost everything else. We kind of fill those gaps and make those connections. I don't, that's a little too kind of cocky to say, in something like this, but I really do think that, libraries really do, fill in all the gaps of, oh, my, kids in school and they need to do this report. They need books on that the school library doesn't have. They come to us. I mean, it's really, yeah, I think we really do.
We are the backbone of the community.
And I would even say that it's like my thinking on this has evolved for obvious reasons over the last year, but I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea that libraries are gap fillers. I think that sort of pushes our scope out of what we can realistically achieve with the resources that we have available to us. But to Mark's point, I think that we are a cultural resource. We are a public cultural resource, and that in itself fills in a lot of gaps that are not covered by schools completely, by hospitals completely, by other agencies completely. But just to say that we are gap fillers, I think puts us in a dangerous space where the scope of our services can creep beyond what we can realistically achieve.
That's a great point. I do like the idea of us as a cultural resource, and as I would say something that adds value more than fills in gaps. Yeah, that would have probably been a better way for me to sort of said it. But yeah, it's like we have this kind of
or
not necessarily
supplements.
Yeah, supplement would be good. But then I feel like supplement runs in the same thing of, well, if it's a supplement, it's not necessary. And the way we fill those gaps is necessary, I think, to have a functioning, vibrant, worthwhile community. But yeah, that's a good thing to think on.
One of the things that strikes me as we look at the list of so that statements is that they are addressing the hierarchy of needs from the most basic to that point where through self growth and self representation, people can be self-actualized. And it strikes me, and I've thought about this before, that libraries are there to help provide information to people regardless of that point of need that they have, that they are experiencing. So if quality of life translates to citizens who are in some way self-actualized, and I don't particularly care for that term, but if that is sort of the goal for us in our communities, libraries help people address or find information in order to address all of those needs, regardless of where they fall.
And I think one thing that we haven't talked about is, I feel like long time ago, libraries were gatekeepers to information, and now we're guides to finding the right information. So something about libraries, not just that we provide information, but we assist people to access accurate and appropriate information. Sure, if you want to read that goofy thing, we're more than happy to provide that for you, but we're also going to tell you that you could actually get the forms for free at the Montana State Law Library. And so I'm going to stop talking now.
I like that.
Well, that's a good way to bring in the human part of why libraries exist. I mean, how do you articulate the needs of our communities, and those needs center around the staffing and the actual building sometimes. So that's a great way to potentially add that in there. It's not just a building with information. There are people here to help guide you to the right information or the information you need.
Well, and what came to mind when Susie was talking is that our mission has sort of changed from being this, these gatekeepers and the holders of information that we would dole out as we deemed necessary, to being an institution where the information needs are very much directed by the user. Our selection decisions, the services that we offer are very much directed by the people in the community, the people that are using the library. And we are very much there as guides and not as protectors or keepers or the right word to state me, but I think the point is there.
I think one thing I've noticed about this, if I could just jump in for a moment and then I'll let whoever's going to speak, is so we started out with the question of like, well, why does it matter? And Jonna, you're right. That is like, as that said, we struggle with the barrier of we do so much. But did you notice how we kind of so quickly got to library focused and we're now no longer user centered focused? So I guess I would just challenge us to kind of think about this perspective from the user. Like think about the stories your users say to you in your libraries about why they value you or when they're thanking you, and what themes emerge from that that our stakeholders or funders might care about.
We offer a lot other than, so like we have backpacks, right? Our backpack program has trails and maps. We worked with our Trails Coalition around our area. People can come check them out. There's all kinds of cool things in the backpack, binoculars, bird maps, whatever. But we also offer free passes to Glacier. So not only are we informing of our area, but of our, like the state and the great things that happen in the state and the different areas, Lewis and Clark Caverns, that kind of stuff. Like, and so I think that sometimes we're not only like knowledgeable, but we can also be like physically knowledgeable in that sense. We have ice augers and fishing poles so they can check those out. We have telescopes where people can go up onto the neighboring building and look at the stars. And so we're not just books and knowledge. We're, I don't know, we're holistic.
Yeah, and I like the way that Tracy sort of captured that, because the comment that I got most recently from somebody is that our services, our programs connected a parent to their community, like to other parents. So I think we're a connecting point for whatever it is that people need. They need information, they need friendship, they need fellowship, they need assistance. You name it, we can connect them to it.
I'm not quite sure how to word this, but I was really struck the library was part of No More Violence Week in Great Falls, and we thought we were doing all this really great work with programming and bringing organizations together. And then kind of as a just an afterthought, we said, oh, we could come up with some resource lists for, you know, lists of books for people to learn about self-defense and sexual assault and whatever. The most popular like Facebook post, the stuff that got the best library feedback were the resource lists. And in terms of the amount of staff time that we took on all the different things. So I think that the programming we do and the resources that we do are really important, but I think that the piece of trusted information, whether that's like, this is the next author you could read, or this is, you know, so when you call the Opportunities Incorporated, ask for Melissa because she's the person that you need, or those specific pieces of info, people really need those. I like how you worded that, Tracy.
Susie saying trustworthy stood out to me. It's interesting that information is like our ongoing mandate, but we're in an era where access to information is not necessarily the issue, nearly as much as navigating that information. So I think it is fair to position ourselves as guides through trustworthy information. And now I see that I'm steering us away from that question that Tracy had prompted us for, back to being library focused.
I don't, I feel disinclined to try to create a laundry list of responses. And I keep coming back to Montanans have access to library content and services. We can talk about services, but sufficient unto their needs. And this idea that the needs are many and great, and they are across a spectrum of needs, from literally a safe physical space to exist to the kinds of resources that allow someone to explore our wonderful national parks. And so, you know, our patrons, if they have access to those kinds of trusted resources, if librarians are serving as the guides, those needs are being addressed. We might not be addressing them directly, but we're providing resources to public services, to you know, educational opportunities, workforce opportunities. We can kind of create the laundry list, and it'll never be sufficient. It's about identifying the fact that all of our users and all Montanans have some kind of information inquiry to support a need that they are facing in their lives, or many needs in their lives.
I think what we're trying to arrive at is some high-level outcomes that we can anchor our priorities to. And so
I think that we, not only do we have trusted resources, but the librarians are trusted. So when you go back to that safe space, people can come in and get a book about divorce or about abuse or about, we offer that safe, trusted space where it's not going to be gossip through town. It is confidential, and they are able to come and just kind of do what they need to do.
I don't want to go off the deep end here, but this is something that I do like to think about with libraries. And it's just sort of like a thought thing that might be helpful or not. But, you know, we're trusted by the patrons, but we also trust them. You know, they check the stuff out, and we just trust them to bring it back. And I think it really makes a really, I mean, any relationship built on mutual trust is pretty much a solid foundation. So I think it's really nice sometimes to take a step back and just look at what a wonderful trusting relationship we have with our users, and how that positions us really well to do some of these other things. So that's just sort of a footnote in the philosophy that I look at a lot of things with. And I think it's fun to take a step back and appreciate and, you know, give a round of applause for.
I agree with that. I'm in looking at Tracy's list. I want to have something in there about pleasure and joy, and, you know, there is nothing better when, you know, a young person comes in and they are so excited about this new book, or, you know, you connect a little old lady book club to their something fantastic, and that there's super value in that. I mean, I love when we help people get a job or, you know, get housing, but there's also really good value to, you know, the farmer that can listen to something that's wonderful while they're on their planting or whatever.
Yeah, I think sort of related to that of like, you know, that idea of pleasure and joy, but in trust and everything else, but it's also hope. Like, I feel like libraries are a very hopeful place, and it's hard to quantify, and it's hard to kind of ask for funding to give people hope. But I think libraries really do, like when people are filling out job applications, they're hoping they can get a job to better themselves. If they're, you know, doing distance learning, they're hoping to get a degree to then, you know, do that. And if you're just hoping to learn more about how to have the best garden, you can get that. Or you're hoping to have a great hiking trip when you're going to Glacier, you know, I think it's really, we're a cool venue for kind of non-commercial hope, which is because you can buy plenty of false hope. I mean, that's like everywhere, but it's really nice that we provide something.
We're a positive space. Like, people come in and say, everybody is so happy and they're so helpful and it's so positive in here. We get a lot of that feedback within our library. I really like that person that was helping me. They did a great job. And so it's very positive.
So this is a fun conversation, and I agree with the play and the joyfulness. What I tried to do was turn these into outcome statements that Karen, other MSL staff, and I can use, and you can use to define success and measure how we are doing when we're looking at the services of the Montana Library Network. I am struggling a bit and would like your help with one of the outcomes that was listed up there, and that's enjoying literature. And I think I would also relate that to cultural resources. I do think that that's something that's important to call out, and I'm just kind of struggling a bit with how to word that. And I mean, do you see that as going under learning, or do we need to pull that out in some other way?
And Mark, were you the one that said enjoying literature? Okay, so sure, they enjoy literature, but they also enjoy Harlequin romances and Goosebumps. And so I think what Susie was trying to get at with that is the entertainment value that people find by coming to the library and checking out books and movies and TV shows, whatever, DVDs that entertain them. Which I mean, de-stress, connect to joy. It's a little bit there. But we adopted in our mission statement the word entertainment because that is a lot of what we do. People come in, I mean, in Red Lodge, if it's about to snow, we have a huge day because everybody's like, I gotta stock up on stuff to read and watch. And the internet is, for a lot of people, is entertainment. I mean, yeah, they're applying for jobs and unemployment, but they're also just checking Facebook. And doing dating things and playing games. So yeah, I'm not embarrassed to say that that's something that we do. We're one of the few services that's like, hey, yeah, come on, do this without shame.
Well, you know, it is a huge part of our economy, and it's a huge part of what humans do. I mean, every culture, like, you can't just work. Every single culture has entertainment. We are built to need that. And if we can have positive ways to do that, I mean, I tell the story all the time. He's not been coming in as much, but there was a guy who came in every Friday, checked out like 15 movies. And in my conversation with him, and he's like, yeah, I'm newly sober and I got to have something to do on Friday and Saturday. And so that entertainment piece, yeah, it's a little bit frivolous, but it's also super real. Like, we need that.
And there's also the entertainment of like the play space in the library and kids coming and gathering, small children. I mean, I feel like we really have not hit at the huge role that libraries play in early childhood, which to me, I'm biased because that's like a personal passion for me. But I think that's something that the library does that's unique to any other service in a community, in terms of places for young parents or guardians to bring small children to interact. So entertainment for me is also that, or if you have like a knitting club or something like that. I mean, like that's, and then that's that third space thing too, where libraries are the third space, which we kind of got at that, I think, in the so that's. Not with that phrase.
I think down here at the bottom.
Yeah.
Well, and to that
Right.
point, I mean, that kind of goes back to that our services are so user directed. Like it's not us to state whether a given item is entertainment or if it's literature or if it's valuable. Our job is to be representative of the needs of the community and respond to those needs. If we can accommodate it internally with access to information, we certainly will. But if it's something like housing assistance or job seeking tools, we can be the connecting point for that. But again, that's driven by the library user and not coming from a librarian who may or may not have your same interests in mind.
Well, you could connect with others, but like when you brought up early literacy and things like that, it's a human connection. Like it's a connection that people need, whether they are only out once once a month or once a week or whatever. And even I see with our new parents coming in and their stay-at-home moms, they're not really outgoing in some sense. So they get that human connection at the library, and you can just see the ease, even with our elderly community. They only get to come out maybe once or twice a month, and they come to the library and they sit and they chat because they have that human connection.
And so I feel like sometimes we as librarians say, we're not just a collection of books, or we're not just books. But I think we need to say we are books and we offer other things, because we need to not undervalue how important it is that people have access to story. If parents don't have access to those kids' books, if teens don't have access to books that show them all the different things, if me doing housework doesn't have access to an audiobook, I mean, I think we do all of these things. And when people think of a library, they think lovingly of books. And I think that when we tried, that I think centering that and saying all the other things that we do is good. So I would like to see books and story just a little more centered in when we talk about what libraries do, because I think they are central.
I often say, if I had to use one word for the library, it's information. And in my community, information isn't always written. It's not online. It's not on the shelf. It's that personal communication. And so by providing services, programs, activities, whatever you would call them, where people can get together and share information in those ways, it both meets the cultural needs of my community. It meets so many different needs. So I always use the word information when I'm trying to connect to my community. So I really liked Sean's, and I think Mark said something about the culture of the community, or community needs. So I think, because every community is going to be different, making sure information and services to meet the cultural needs of a community might be, kind of a good way to summarize for everybody. And then each library can kind of say more specifically what that means to them.
I have a process question this is probably for Tracy, this is Kara. And so we're making this great list, and I wonder if we are trying to steer this into outcomes, because I think outcomes are, it's a change in behavior, or, some visible change. If that's what we're trying to identify as a result of this vision of the Montana Library Network, this is what will happen if we are able to provide sufficient content and services, which could encompass all these things. What happens as a result of that? And how do we connect it to the work that we're doing? And then how do we measure that? So
Yeah, thank you, Kara. That's actually what I was trying to do, in that we're centering it on the people. And so people having access to trusted information, which seemed to be the thing that kept coming up. And I'm actually going to take this one off because I realize it's in there now. And what does that having access to trusted information services help them? It helps them learn, helps them connect with others. Learning would be a change in status, and potentially a change in behavior. And that's what I'm trying to do with this. And this is the struggle that I've had, is when you do outcomes at this high of a level, and I'm thinking through this with this group, by the way, is like, it almost gives you language to explain why the library services are useful and the ways in which Montanans use them, but how do we measure our progress? And so somewhat what I'm trying to kind of figure out how to get us to is that we as MSL staff could look at a program, and I'm actually going to make it easy on myself, and I'm going to take Amelia's early literacy because I think that's kind of an easy one. And if we said, okay, we have this ready to read program, can we say that people are developing their literacy skills? And we could probably measure that. We could also probably measure, the economic opportunities, and we can measure maybe learning in some way. But what I think we struggle with is, like, we know intuitively that we are connectors and that that's actually really important, but how do we measure that? And as we're thinking about these, and we're trying, and you are trying as a NAC to decide where we're going to spend our money and what we're going to do, and you look at this list of outcomes, like, what would you prioritize? That's the other piece of this to think about as well.
That's what I was going to say, Tracy. I think, at some point these plans, the library development plan and an LSTA 5-year plan, guide how we are investing our resources and how we prioritize our work. So I think, and some of these outcomes can be outcomes that we, put in a parking lot and think about in the future as we hopefully see progress in achieving some outcomes. I'm also thinking about how do the core services contribute to a lot of these, there's a lot of work here for lifelong learning. There's a lot of work here for our cultural services. Some of our more technology-based core services facilitate access to reading, facilitate access to entertainment opportunities, etc. So, we're investing in some tangible things that also then contribute to these outcomes.
Dorlin, you had a comment.
Yeah, I guess I was just thinking about that concept of access. And so I Googled the concept of gateways. And so I found this interesting article that has just like a 3-sentence thing that I thought I'd read. It says, as gateways to knowledge and culture, libraries play a fundamental role in society. The resources and services they offer create opportunities for learning, support literacy and education, and help shape the new ideas and perspectives that are essential to a creative and innovative society. They also help ensure an authentic record of knowledge created and accumulated by past generations. In a world without libraries, it would be difficult to advance research and human knowledge or preserve the world's cumulative knowledge and heritage for future generations. Anyway, that just spoke to me at least. And I think that's part of what we're getting at is, we really are like a conduit or a gateway to all these things we're talking about. And if you take that away, like, what does society feel like? And so I guess that's part of it. It's hard to sometimes articulate some of these elements because they're bettering society in this way that's making it easier for these things to happen. So, you take something away, like, you turn off the internet and people go, it's not working anymore, but when it's working, people aren't complaining. And so I think trying to think about how we facilitate making things better in a really easy way for most people, they can come in and that service is just there. So I think trying to think about that as a conduit or gateway is helpful for me, at least.
I really like that. Can you maybe put that link in the chat so
Yeah.
that it goes into the minutes?
Yeah.
I think just looking at this list, it's really interesting though, that I think, if you were to, and back to Susie's comment about libraries not being just books, I really feel like, it could be the Bitterroot Public Library and Cultural Resource Center or something. That'd be a much more descriptive title than trying to, do this kind of annoying thing that sometimes happen where you say, oh, it's library, but it's actually all these other things. It's like, well, why don't you just call it a library and all those other things rather than trying to make library mean a word that it doesn't necessarily mean. And I'm not saying that, I'm definitely not wanting to suggest like rebranding the whole idea of libraries to be libraries and all these other things. But I think conceptually it's interesting to think that like so many things we're talking about do not meet that definition of library and, the Oxford English Dictionary or whatever, it's amorphous term that's sort of grown in a way that we're, yeah, trying to get a handle on here. And I think we're doing a good job. It's cool to see all this. I hope it's useful for you, Kara and Tracy, for what you guys are trying to do. Like, what more do you need from us, really?
I think someone was going to say something, so I'll let them go first and then I'll jump in.
Well, this might not be helpful, but I'm just going to say, so in our master plan work, one of the things that we're doing is hearing from people in the community. And one of the things that we hear from people who actually don't use the library, but value the library, is the importance of the library as a cultural symbol or a community. Like, we are a large community, and of course we have to have a library, because a library means that we are a good, like, they can't really define what it means, but there's like a symbol there of that. If you have a library and it's well funded, that then it says something about who you are in your community, and how well you value literacy and connection. So we also serve as this weird amorphous cultural symbol.
I think I would describe it as we symbolize the best of people and the betterment of people. And if you think about many of the ways libraries are used by people, it's often to better themselves. So what I think might be helpful is it might be helpful for you to take a lunch break, and then for me to kind of try and word these outcome statements and use the next section to pull us into a conversation that we get more tangible. I mean, I think these outcomes are useful. They're definitely a draft, and I think Kara and I are going to kind of probably need to fine tune them a little bit better and think about how to use them in a way that's wise. So why don't I play around with this and see if I can create a structure that will work for us in the next section while you are taking a lunch break. And then we'll come back and we'll try to move on to some of the next questions. One thing you can do while you're kind of at your lunch is think about, if we were to ask you, like, what do you think are the most important things on this list that we need to be able to help people do, what would you pick? I mean, it's a long list. So if you were to just really think about, I've got, 30 seconds in the elevator with the county commissioner or a city council member or a state legislator, what are the 3 things I think would resonate the most with them? And then to ask ourselves, is that where we maybe should focus our energies, or should we do something different?
And Tracy, do you think that is where would we try to pull in the list that the NAC came up with last month that is kind of library focused, but that would reflect some of these community centered needs?
I do. What I sense when I looked at the priority list of the NAC and even somewhat the core services committees is what you've done is you've identified barriers to achieving your vision of all Montanans having sufficient access. And so I think what we need to do next is decide which of those barriers are most important to address. And as you do that, one way to make that decision is to be like, okay, if we think one of the ways libraries really, really, truly add value is that development of literacy skills, then we need to make sure we emphasize programs and projects and priorities that focus on that. Or if we think it's that people connecting with each other is incredibly important, then which barriers do we need to address to make sure that that's happening, if that helps. Does that sound good?
Tracy, how long do you need to work on this?
If you could give me 30 minutes so I could also grab a bite to eat.
I was going to say, you could include time to eat as well.
That would be helpful.
Does 30 minutes sound good to everybody else online as far as a lunch break?
Sounds good.
I think it works for those of us here in Helena. So let's say we come back around 12:50.
Sounds good. very hard to do this remotely.
Recording has resumed.
Welcome back, everyone. Tracy, I'll let you take it away.
All right. Thank you, Jody. So Genevieve, if I could share the screen again, would be helpful.
There you go.
All right. So what I did was I took what you had created this morning and I changed it into actual traditional outcome statements like Carol was talking about. It's like a change in knowledge, change in status, etc. And realized in doing that I think actually you answered a very important question that Kara and I had for you, which is like, if we actually achieve the vision of the Fair Library Access Resolution, what does success look like? So my first question for you is anything missing from this list? If we saw everything on this list happen, would you consider us to be successful?
Can you ask that one more time, Tracy?
Absolutely. If we achieved or saw everything on this list happen, would you consider us to be successful at achieving the vision of all Montanans have sufficient access to library content and services?
Tracy, can you just verify we're seeing all of the bullet points?
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
The first part's just the vision statement.
I feel like if we are doing all of those, we are doing great by Montanans. That's maybe a slightly different question than is it fully comprehensive for what we think we do? But
that's a good point, Jody.
Look, you did so well, Tracy.
Do others agree? Like, this is a list we can be proud of if we see these results?
I have 2 nodding heads, 3 nodding heads.
Does it make sense to add informal education settings?
I kind of tried to capture that informally learn about topics of interest to them.
Okay. That's fine.
Does that work? Okay.
Yeah.
For people who are online, just a little thumbs up would be super helpful too. Thank you, Sean. But I think we have Jonna and Aaron back too.
And Tracy, could you clarify for us, are these all the categories, like change in knowledge, change in status, change in behavior? Are there other categories that we're not hitting? Or is that?
Change in attitude. So an outcome results in some kind of change in knowledge, a change in a person's status, a change in their behavior, or a change in their attitude.
Okay. So like skills would go under knowledge.
Yeah, skills are interesting because it's often something you learn and then you apply it, hopefully, and that's a change in behavior. Do you feel like that's something that's missing?
I just wondered if there were other categories than knowledge, status, behavior, and attitude, or who invented those categories?
I do not remember that. I don't know if Coley or some of our educators in the room know. It comes from the world of education.
Mm-hmm. Did you get thumbs up online?
I am not seeing that, but let me.
I give a thumbs up. This is John.
I did too. It
Thank
only
you.
stays up for like 5 seconds. So
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, so yes, I did. Okay, and this is a living document. So as we learn, we'll change it. What this is helpful for is helping us evaluate our work. So what we'll do going forward is evaluate our work based on these outcomes. So go ahead.
Well, I just want to add and ask the NAC for your reaction to this suggestion. one of the things we've talked about is making sure that we're crosswalking our library development plan with our LSTA 5-year plan. And I think it's really important for the core services committees to identify how their work contributes to these outcomes. I'm wondering if in the evaluation framework, we shouldn't add some kind of crosswalk or way to say, by investing in these different core services, we are helping to achieve these particular kinds of outcomes. And I think then from there, we can think about the metrics that we need to be collecting and the kinds of impact reporting that we can engage in with these kinds of concrete outcomes in mind. And there may be other outcomes that the core service committees will contribute to as well. But I think that crosswalk is really important if we're going to say, if these are some of the goals or outcomes we're contributing to, how are we doing that? We're doing it by investing in these different resources identified by these core service committees. And in some cases, we may be contributing to all of them, which is great.
Okay. All right. So what I want to do next, I'm just going to stop share real quick, is I am going to pull up that library development plan. Let me just zoom in. And I want to talk briefly about the basically kind of the meat and potatoes of it. So one of the conversations Kara and I were having is like, there's not all that much time today to really kind of feel like we can craft goal statements and so forth. But what we can do today maybe is get a sense of what the major priorities are. And so in the document, it looks like I'm starting on electronic page 13. We have FY 2023 priorities from the NAC core services committees and staff. And what I noticed when I read through this is that the core services committees were pretty concrete objectives that we can achieve. There's some variation. And I think the same is true of staff. My first question for you is, was there anything in this list, and we're going to talk about the NAC's priorities, but in this list from the core services committees and staff that you had questions about?
I just had a quick question. Where was this document in our meeting materials?
Yeah, I think that's what the library development plan, I think that's the link that it went to. I could be wrong though.
Yes,
It's linked on the agenda too.
Called Library Development Plan. And it's on the meeting materials page, or as Kara just said, linked on the agenda. It's 24 pages long, Jonna.
Oh, okay, I got it. I did not scroll down far enough. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Okay. So we can always come back. What I do want to talk about though, is I want to talk about the priorities that you came up with. And I want to talk about it for a couple of reasons. First is when I looked at this list, it's not, many of these are library centered, which is totally understandable. I would describe them as a recognition that there are some obstacles that keep libraries from being able to achieve those outcomes that you defined earlier. And this list represents that, whether it's a lack of funding or a lack of IT support, et cetera. And so one thing I just want to get clarification on is, do you agree with that this list isn't necessarily direct patron centered? It's about helping libraries address obstacles that are keeping them from delivering library services. Is that a good description?
My recollection when we were making those lists and back with the Federation was we were being prompted, what are some challenges and barriers in our communities and in our libraries, and then what were some opportunities. So yeah, I don't feel like when we came up with this list, we were thinking about those from a user-centric perspective. So I wonder if we would have had a different list if we were tasked with that more specifically. Yeah. When I was looking through this and making notes on it prior to the meeting, I was like, what's this doing in here? This feels jarring. Not that it was not a useful experiment, but that I didn't think I would have put that under a priorities for the NAC, but maybe it is. Maybe when you identify community needs and opportunities, that is how you're finding your priorities.
And I guess I would say then, do you want to just focus on sort of the core services committees and those patron-centered services and talk about what your most important priorities are in those areas?
Well, I almost feel like, so if we did so that like the NAC is doing funding, so I kind of feel like so that libraries can be effective, and then the libraries piece gets down to the dealing with patrons, but I don't know that it's really the role, and maybe I'm wrong, but of the state library to really be focused on that patron interaction. I feel like that the state library and the NAC is really more focused on ensuring the competency of the libraries to do that frontline stuff. So I'm not as concerned about, I didn't find it as jarring that this was more focused on, okay, so what do libraries need in order to meet these goals? Because I feel like it's the NAC, so that is to make the libraries successful, and the MLNs, so that is with the patrons.
Which jives with our flow chart, right?
Mm-hmm.
The NAC is doing work in the core services committees, and that's going down to the library staff and patrons. That's a good point.
Yeah, I think, this is a library development plan. It is intended to help us think about what, using those outcomes that we identify for our communities. If we think that those are the appropriate outcomes for our communities, what do libraries need in order to help achieve those kinds of outcomes? And how then do we prioritize our resources to help accomplish that across the state?
And when I was thinking about this, I feel like there's kind of two things that we're talking about. One is developing the competencies of the individual libraries, and the other is developing collaborations to enable the work. And we need both of those, but those are delivered very differently.
So could we kind of rearrange these sections and have these be priorities for the NAC to best support libraries, or to best support the Montana Library Network?
I think we can definitely do that.
When looking at this list, the other thing I thought is, to me, what I see is that libraries, the Montana Library Network needs from the state library expertise. We want expertise in IT and infrastructure and policy. We want access, right? Like my library, thanks to the state library and the Montana Shared Catalog Consortia, and Montana Library to Go Consortium, we have access to something that we could never afford on our own. We couldn't staff or maintain on our own. The courier, you know, helps bridge the geographical access issues and funding issues. So those are kind of like prettier concepts, I guess, of thinking about the actual specific work that we would then need.
So as you think of the next 5 years, what are the most important priorities? So what do state library staff most need to work on to help libraries achieve your vision?
You mean from this list of priorities? Like which of these should the state library be prioritizing?
That's a great question, Sean. Maybe, maybe not.
I don't want to take us too far afield from the work that the core service committees are kind of in the progress of developing. That's where when I said earlier, you know, some of this is a little bit of a work in progress. So it's not going to serve us well to try to rethink some of the work that's already occurring there. And so we've had some initial conversations about recommendations from those core service committees. More of that is to come. But, you know, I view the NAC's role more as trying to draw out those priorities from the core service committees as opposed to doing your work in isolation. And if there are outcomes that we identify that we think need to be achieved and are not being addressed, perhaps that the NAC's role is to address them. Perhaps the NAC's role is to go back to a core service committee and say, you know, IT staffing, IT funding is a huge need. You know, help us figure out how we wrap our arms around what that need is. And I wanted to just think about one more thing too about the NAC's priorities. Some of that I think probably needs to be captured in terms of like what the NAC's actual work is in the coming year. Like we know we want to have a cost share formula committee to help us think about the cost share formula. We've talked now about supporting the continuing education program and the importance of that work. We've talked a little bit about a federation study in that work. Like what is the work of the NAC that we want to accomplish? If that's helpful. And Tracy, I don't know if that's helpful for you or not either.
It might have induced a little anxiety just because Kara and I have to write that 5-year plan. How about if we worded it this way, Jenny? And is it maybe, I mean, I think what we, you know, in an ideal world, we would actually have more time to do this and we would have the core services committees and that kind of their buy-in. Do we need to ask the question maybe more from the perspective of currently in our 5-year LSTA plan, we have kind of the following goals. The first goal is about supporting collaborative efforts. The second goal is about outreach and lifelong learning. The third goal is about community leadership and helping libraries become leaders in their communities. And frankly, goal 2 and goal 3 are very, very closely aligned. And goal 4 is about internet access for Montanans, and goal 5 is about helping libraries gain community and local support. As I list those goals for you, do they work for you? I mean, we can tweak them, we can rewrite them differently, but do those major buckets of collaboration, lifelong learning / community leadership, internet access, and local community support for libraries, are they still valuable? Would you be okay saying for the next 5 years that those are reasonable to work towards the details will look different?
I do, and that's actually really helpful, Tracy, because I was just thinking that of this list that we're looking at right now, a lot of this is ultimately the responsibility of the individual library. It's not necessarily the role of the state library to lead individual marketing for a library's services. I think that they can support those, but in that regard, I think that that goes to the goal that you mentioned in the LSTA grant, that you're there to help gain local support. And that's very different than like the actual marketing of library services. And so I think, just thinking about it for 30 seconds, those those 5 bullet points do a pretty good job of condensing this longer list. And especially with regard to funding, those streamlining of collaborative efforts, that pays off at the individual library level. I can't remember who was talking about it, maybe Jody. The shared catalog offsets a tremendous cost for individual libraries. Montana Library to Go offsets a tremendous amount of cost. The IT support that the shared catalog that the state library offers offsets a tremendous cost to us. So I think that's a very functional encapsulation of this longer list.
I feel like I'm a little bit confused about what exactly we're trying to get at. Are you wanting us to give feedback on what the goals for LSTA would be, the new goals would be?
Yep.
Okay, so it would be, do they need to be related to the ones that we had previously? Or, yes, not necessarily. Okay. So we don't need to see the previous LSTA goals. We're just thinking about what do we want the 5 LSTA goals to be?
Yeah, Tracy just listed the ones that are in the outgoing plan that we're replacing. And I think as we're asking is, I guess the question is really, is there anything that we need to do differently, or is there a goal that would be a higher priority than some of these?
And is it always 5 goals, or like does the framework of LSTA require?
No, it doesn't require any set of goals. Most state agencies tend to choose 3 to 5. And the evaluators did note that collaboration it's not actually like a goal in and of itself. It facilitates our, fulfillment of our other goals. So if there's, and I think we all know what we mean by collaboration and how effective it is in helping us achieve our other goals. But if there's some other way to think about that, that is.
Tracy, at this point, would it make sense to display those 5 goals on the screen?
I think so. Yeah. Give me just a second.
Okay.
And I also would say that one of the things the evaluators said that was, I believe, true based on our experiences, although there are 5 goals written, there's actually only 4 goals, and that lifelong learning and community leadership are too close together. So I'm gonna get those goals up on the screen here.
And just to go back while you're working on that, to that's priorities for the NAC list. Again, I feel like what we were talking about at that moment was what are some problems that we see, and what of those are something that the state library could help with. And we were sort of dreaming big in a world of unlimited funding, how the state library could help us with some of these issues. But we certainly weren't looking at really evaluating the things the state library already does successfully and the value of those. So I do feel like that list is still used. It was a worthwhile exercise, but I don't think it reflects what we were seeing as priorities, as a comprehensive priorities.
That was kind of my sense in looking at that list. Just partially because of what's going on. I thought that that list was probably a pretty timely, these are the challenges we're facing. So
I really want to interrupt one more time, and I feel like I'm not providing good direction here, so I apologize for that. And I keep going back to the idea of the core service committees. So we've identified that we have this outcome. Montanans have access to information sufficient to their needs. And then we've said, these are the actual measurable outcomes that we're trying to attain. And now we want to think about some of the goals that we want to achieve. And we've already said that we want to focus on collection management and e-resources and cultural resources and resource sharing and programming and technology. I hope those all sound familiar. And underline all of that, we know we need to support continuing education and consulting. What I think we're missing right now, again, because some of the core service committees aren't far enough along, are some of the more concrete measurable objectives under those goals. We have some for some of the committees, like a focus on academic use of the Montana Memory Project, expanding the courier. So we've done some of these pieces. I don't want us to recreate a lot of work in trying to think about what these high level goals should be, because we're putting the framework in place. So let's embrace that framework that already exists. And I really think it's important for us to focus on our library development plan for Montana, and then state library staff can figure out how to crosswalk that into an LSTA plan, because I think it's our plan for Montana that is much more important than something we turn into the feds. So I feel like we're trying to recreate work that we've already put a lot of thought into. And I'm afraid if we recreate work, then we're going to be distracted and lose focus on these things that we've said we want to invest in. And in terms of the great list that we developed at the last meeting, I think those are the kinds of things that we can go back to the core service committees and say, are we addressing these needs that the NAC has identified? Are these the same needs that you would identify as core service committees?
So it sounds like in listening to you, Jenny, that maybe what we need to do then is, I think probably you, Kara, and I can visit about how to do this. But what maybe we just need to do is, does the NAC have any changes to this document? Is that kind of where you think we're at? This is the library development
This
plan.
document, do you mean the LSTA document or the document that's up now?
The document that's up now, the library development plan.
Could you clarify for me, Tracy, who is this document for? Like, who are we trying to impress with this, or who are we presenting this to?
This is really for us. It's a guiding document for us. It's a guiding document for us to say to the commission, when we are making funding recommendations, it's because these funding recommendations will help us achieve what's in this plan. It's a guiding document for us to communicate to the rest of the library community about the kinds of priorities we think investing in that will help further develop libraries. It may be useful for conversations with legislators and others, but I think it's really a library community document.
Thanks, Jenny.
I think in that context, it's a great document. I think it really represents everything that we've talked about, and that I think, if we made all this happen and addressed all these issues, I think it'd put us in a really good place. So we could certainly offer a lot of opinions about little minutia and details in it, but I think it's a great document.
I think this is sort of the same question, but can you scroll to page 11? When it talks about the desired outcomes of the Montana Library Network. And then under all those bullet points, it says, we will be able, I think I was just kind of confused, like, who's we? Is we the Montana Library Network? Or is we the state library?
So this is actually multiple state library staff, when they read this, said, these actually seem like outcomes for the NAC and not Montana Library Network. So I would propose that this all basically, I don't know if it needs to stay in the document, but that desired outcomes of the Montana Library Network becomes this.
I think that makes a lot of sense, Tracy.
And too many things up here. But it sounds like in terms of the work itself that is happening, nobody has any changes or recommendations. Is that correct?
Of course, I have a comment.
Good.
And so my only comment is that I feel like for several of these, one of the key things is funding. So like for the e-resources, I mean, the thing that we hear the most about is we need more money for Montana Library to go so that there's more books for people to check out and they don't have to wait for 6 months to get a bestseller. And so I feel like sustainable funding or adequate funding definitely I think should be in the e-resources one, and possibly should be you know, I guess when you say improve digital equity, that kind of implies that you have more funding, and extending the career program to new location implies more funding. So possibly under e-resources, rather than saying funding outright, saying something like there's adequate collection to meet people's needs, or something like that. Because that was the only thing that really stood out to me, was that you know, Great Falls Public Library and our patrons complain about that all the time, that there's not enough books and it's too long of a wait.
But my understanding is that the higher level list of things that are barriers or needs would address that, and that those needs are universal across all of these committees. And so I don't know if we want to put them in. It's not the charge of the core services committee necessarily to secure funding, but it is a role of the state library to help libraries seek that kind of support.
I agree. I think, you know, the core service committees and thinking about the e-resources is, you know, what is the metric? What is the goal? If the goal is nobody has to be on a holds list for more than X number of days, or, you know, whatever, that they are providing that kind of guidance so that the NAC and the state library can work together with MLA and others to help think about how we secure funding to meet those kinds of outcomes. And also for the NAC to say, you know, we have a goal of having sufficient resources to this measure. We also have the goal of having courier services to this measure. We only have so much funding and we're going to prioritize this over that. But being able to articulate in this plan what those kind of short and long-term metrics and goals are is really important for us to be able to do that kind of planning and prioritization.
So let me ask the question this way: is like, in this current format with this plan, do you as NAC members know what you're supposed to be working on in the next year or two?
honestly, I'm still muddy. I don't, I'm sorry to be dumb, but I don't feel like I totally get it.
I agree. I mean, I agree. I think that, but I don't think that that's unusual. I think with this and with the CSCs coming together, it's coming progressively more into focus. So I think as we agree on these, as the CSCs come together, as goals get set, I'm anticipating this group sort of transitioning to doing more leadership and oversight of those CSCs to make sure that we are hearing them, providing some accountability, some check-ins, some analysis of their work. But I agree with Susie, at this particular moment, I'm still pretty muddy. But I can see things starting to focus in.
I find it a little muddy too, but I think we'll figure it out. So like I'm, not really, I don't know if we should, how much time we should devote to seeking total clarity before just sort of agreeing in broad strokes and hoping for the best. And then, yeah, moving forward in the way that, maybe, I don't know if that's maybe we shouldn't be that cavalier, but I don't know. That's just where I'm. Yeah, I mean, I've thought that the NAC in general and trying to talk to other librarians and Montana Library Network, it's still muddy for a lot of people. And I think it's, the more work we do, it's sort of that weird catch-22 of like, without doing the work, it's not going to get that much more clear without moving forward in time and the feedback and getting these things. So yeah, that's kind of my interpretation of where we're at.
I'm going to agree. And I like that we started this conversation that this is a work in progress and that it's something that we'll refine. And in future years, hopefully, there's less work that needs to go into it. And then we have the benefit of all the knowledge we have about libraries and our libraries and the work of the State Library and the Montana Library Network. It's one of the reasons I asked, who is this document for? Because if I didn't have the knowledge I have and I was just looking at these bullet points from the core service committees, I wouldn't easily be able to recognize the importance of the work that they do, or the value they have or what their needs are. So if this was supposed to sell somebody, outside of our community, I don't think it's done that. But I do know the importance of Montana Shared Catalog and Montana Library to Go, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that with that in mind, I'm kind of like Mark, we kind of have enough. It's not enough, but it is enough. I still think the priorities for the NAC, though, that bulleted list there is it's a little jarring for me, because I don't think that's our charge per se. And then I don't know, the order of it is a little confusing to me.
So, so I wanted to kind of maybe go kind of almost bullet by bullet through some of these for the NAC. So if I'm looking at this, I think when we were talking about IT support, we were talking about specifically like staff people to provide IT support to libraries. So I think a question from the NAC back to the Technology Core Services Committee, what does sufficient IT support look like and what are the priority needs? We, the NAC, want to hear from you what that looks like. What are some goals, some metrics that we should be striving for? Maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but in the future. So that's a question back to that group. Funding. So
really quick to that IT. With the IT support, I guess it would be for me, it would be a list of what kind of support can we get, in the sense of, is it just shared catalog support? Is it, Montana Memory Project? Is it things like that? Or is it everyday support where we could email them and say, hey, how do you fix this? Or how do I do this? So does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I guess that's where that would fall.
Okay. Funding, we had some good discussions at our last meeting about the FY23 budget and the next legislative session and the requests that the state library is going to carry forward. That is the work of the NAC, to help figure out, and we will have a course services, or I'm sorry, a cost share formula subcommittee. That is the work of the NAC.
I guess I have a question about the IT support. I feel like there's different models that we use. Like, are we looking at IT support like library consultants where it's open to everybody does it? Or are we looking at IT support like Montana Library to Go or the Montana Shared Catalog, where everybody pools together money to pay for staff, and if you're a member, you have the access.
That's the work of the core services committee to figure out what we're talking about. Exactly. And what are the needs, and how are we addressing them?
I think the funding point, Jenny, was not so much how the state library is funded. I think that was what libraries could use is some funding. So that was more the model of, through LSTA or other means, is there ways to get money into the communities? I think was that conversation. Okay. And part of that is talking to the legislator and asking for $20 million for infrastructure. Exactly. So I agree with what you said. I just wanted to add that I think the end goal of funding was money is coming to the library. Here's Susie, here's $20,000. Yay, have fun.
Absolutely. And a lot of those legislative requests do just that. Increased awareness of comparable wages, is that a study that the NAC wants to take on? If so, that can become a priority for the NAC's work in the next couple of years. Infrastructure, we talked about the legislative request for infrastructure. Advocacy, I'm not sure exactly what that would look like, but is that a discussion the NAC wants to have? How might the NAC support advocacy work? I don't know. Somebody already said marketing really goes back to all of the core services. And so should we be asking all of the core services committees to think about how do we better promote those services? And you can kind of see where I'm going. Like, this isn't necessarily all work for the NAC per se, but it's the NAC giving direction to others. What does the digital divide mean for each of the core services? And how are we addressing that, et cetera?
Question on that also, like with advocacy, because there really wasn't was there more written on that advocacy piece, Tracy, when you were taking notes?
That was me taking notes.
That was you taking
Tracy
notes.
wasn't here. We were having a discussion around the fact that a lot of people don't know, and that was part of that marketing piece as well, awareness of library services and helping library directors and trustees to be able to have the confidence to speak up about what library needs are. It's my recollection.
Right. And so kind of went on with the funding piece, because that was my understanding too. It kind of went with funding, that we need help to advocate for our libraries to get better funding for services for the community. That was my understanding. Versus marketing and things like that, it was how can we basically teach our introverts to be extroverts to ask for money, is what it was.
Which then is I think a good goal for Tracy and good for the state library to be aware of as we are investing some of our state monies to allow Tracy and our other consultants to be more engaged in that kind of advocacy training. So does that help? Like, I think this is a great list for the NAC to have brainstormed, and now we need to say, okay, what are we going to do with this?
So Jenny, you're suggesting we sort of piecemeal pass these off to the appropriate core service committee and ask them to consider it as something to add. Because again, so when I read through this, I read through the points from the core service committees, but not with the idea of editing it, because that's not my job. Here on the NAC, we've asked them to come up with these lists. So again, we can't tell them that they have to add these things, but we could ask that they consider them and whether it makes sense to add them. Okay. So who does that? Is this a job for Tracy, or is this something that should I be reaching out to the core service committees?
Yeah, good question. I think we're talking about having NAC representation on those core service committees. So that's one avenue. And then also with the state library staffing those committees you know, I think the state library staff should be hearing from the NAC that, you know, these are the things we want you to also be considering when you're having conversations with those committees.
So what would we include under a section that says priorities for the NAC, or do we not have that section?
Well, I think, you know, we've got the cost share formula committee. We've got our futurist training coming up. You know, do we want to do a study on comparable wages? I don't know that we exactly know what work to support the CE program might be, or the Federation study might be, but I think there'll be NAC involvement in those.
I was just gonna say that on that, the increased awareness of comparable wages, as we're coming into this MMIA issue, and with my library, the city's like, well, you're not following our policy because you don't follow our wage scale. And I said, well, for 5 years, I've been trying to follow a wage scale because you guys make more than we do. So help me out here. And so it was how do we communicate with our boards and our cities or counties or whatever, and say, okay, here's the standardized, you know, librarian 1, master level, whatever. This is kind of an idea of what would be a comparable wage, you know, bachelor degree, and then go down from there, like library assistant 1, library assistant 2, like you have on yours. Because there's a lot of places that don't have that. So when we go to our communities or boards or whatever and say, you know, hey, you should give me a wage increase. And they're like, why? And I brought it up to my city last week that the library is the only place where you're required within the city structure to have a degree. Everybody else can have a high school diploma, but the library is the only place that is required a degree. And so I guess they didn't really acknowledge that either. So that's, I think, where the comparable wages was, hey, how do we kind of define this a little bit to where it's not necessarily, it's comparable, but not, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think it's really important that that goes along with increased funding. Like, I am in a terrible position at the city of Great Falls because they have mandated salary increases for my non-union staff, but they have not increased my budget. So I might, you know, which is not awesome.
So maybe I should say our priorities for the NAC are, how do we word them? Like as actual tasks we want to accomplish, or as ideas that we want to pursue? Because we started this whole conversation with more like broad ideas of, so that statements, and now we're talking about specific actions.
And I think when you say that, it's because when you first said that when we did this, we had different things in mind. And so this is just like a one-word thing of actually what we were talking about, which does make it muddy and confusing. So if we can clarify it a little bit, then maybe it would be helpful, but it is tedious. And
I mean, I feel like our priorities are to take the information we receive from the core service committees and the Montana Library Network community, and to turn that into action that's like the most best use of the funding that we have available to us. But then maybe some ideas for future growth include X, Y, and Z. Jana, you had your hand raised.
Yes, so I could just use a little clarification here. So we're looking at this list. I think what confuses me is when we start discussing one of the bullet points, for example, IT support. The committee starts going down this rabbit hole of trying to figure out IT support. But I'm not under the impression that that's what our charge is as a committee. I'm under the impression that we look at these bullet points and say, well, let's focus on 5 of these that we think are really good or we think are important, And then we take that to those core services committees that represent that. Have the core service committee work on that and then bring it back to us. So then we can take it forward up to the library commission. That's how I'm seeing this, but am I close? Do I understand this quite right?
I think that's how I understand it. And I think what I mentioned earlier is those LSTA priorities, I think, are a good distillation of all of these goals that are identified here. So I think that's sort of the more condensed version. This more full list, I think, is sort of a screen for us as the council to evaluate and assess the success of those CSCs.
So in the interest of keeping this meeting running in a timely manner, Tracy and Kara, what could we do today that would help us move forward with this library development plan?
Well, what I would suggest is I was taking notes as you were talking about the NAC objectives, and I will share those with Karen. I think probably what we should do is maybe remove this list in this particular format and instead have kind of a broad brush stroke where your priorities look like these ones up here. And so, what I heard you say was basically that you are going to charge the core services committees with the specific task of looking at some of these. And I think state library staff can figure out what needs to happen with those. That you're going to continue to fine tune the Montana Library Network. And then I found myself actually, as I was listening to you, there are some things that I think are in your charge as the NAC because they support the work of all the core services committees. And that is things like continuing to find funding for this work in the Montana Library Network, the cost share formula, the Federation and Continuing Education Task Force, and the Futurist training. The only one that you started talking about that I think doesn't fall into either this goes to a core services committee or is the NAC charged with it is that one about increasing the wages of library employees. I'm unclear on that one. If you want that to be a charge of the NAC, there isn't a core services committee for whom that particular one would make sense.
I think the idea was that would the state library be a vehicle to do a study? And that then all the local libraries could use that or not as they were able to. So that's not really continuing education unless you want to tie wages to certification. Closest I think it'd be consulting because we might call you up, consultant librarians, and say, hey, help us figure this out.
Well, one thing that we've never clarified and I think is tripping us up, and so I guess I would say to the NAC, maybe at a future meeting, this is one we need to tackle, is we have these core services committees and we decided, and I think it makes sense for them to be focused on services that are public facing, but there's clearly a need to help libraries. And that's where consulting and continuing education fall. And we just really haven't ever decided how you as a NAC are going to communicate the priorities to the group of staff that does that work. So that's just something maybe if it would be okay with the NAC, maybe we should add that.
Do you think they'd be a separate category, Tracy? Like core service committees, and then what would you call them?
Well, if you wanted to know what my thinking was, is that we would be paying attention, the three consultants in Collet, to what comes out of the core services committees. And the core services committees, as part of that, would tell us like what training libraries need and or what barriers are keeping them from providing the service. And then the consulting and continuing education group would then use that to inform their work plan. What's unclear to me is where you as a NAC weigh in on that. Because for one thing, I think that the needs may be greater than the staff can provide. And so it's very helpful to us to hear from you like, okay, in these 15 things that libraries need to make this happen, here are the 5 we want you to work on. And I'm just using numbers there, but I think you understand what I'm getting at. It's just not clear to me in the process where I am allowed to ask you, okay, what are myself and my crew supposed to be working on, if that makes sense.
And to Tracy's point, there's some bullets here: advocacy, policy development, review and collection development policies that directly pertain to that question. And it's great. I think it's important for the NAC to identify what the needs are. We don't want to curtail that, but then to also, to Tracy's point, help prioritize those.
And I think the oversight makes sense because we've got what, like 4 full-time employees that do these jobs and other funding that comes related to their work. So yeah, well, we've got all that room, all that white space on the flow chart. So it's just be really easy to stick some more shapes on there.
How about I just word it as over the next year, the NAC's going to work on that question of how to prioritize the, I don't know what to call that. It's the internal work, right? The library specific centered work that needs
You
to
guys
happen.
are both on this list of priorities. You're included under the core service committees, but yeah, you're not really identified as a entity.
Yeah, that's because Tracy just like threw that in there because Kara made the mistake of saying, so is anything missing? And I'm like, well, since you mentioned it, these are the things I think we're supposed to be working on. But it was just me throwing them in there and collate a little bit too.
NAC members, let's have a quick consensus. We all like the idea of the consulting work and continuing education being included in the work we do.
Yes, and I almost wonder if, I know our little flow chart is really packed, but would it make sense to make consulting and continuing education its own core services committee? Or
when it came up, because I remember bringing it up at one point, like, why isn't continuing education on here? And the idea was that flow chart is all about end user. I believe that was the concept, whereas the work of the consulting librarians and the work of continuing education is to support libraries and library staff. I think that's why it didn't make it onto the flow chart.
Yeah, that's correct. And I think really, if we're doing our job well, consulting and continuing education should be supporting all the core services committees. And so it seemed like a silo to have us be separate. I just don't feel like right now we have a process worked out to help those staff in that area prioritize their work. And so we don't have to decide that today. What I'm proposing is that one of the objectives that Kara and I list for the NAC is that we develop a process for helping prioritize that support of libraries and library staff work. Is that okay?
Thumbs up and heads nodding in the room.
Okay. So to kind of summarize, we're going to keep everything in the library development plan, except we're changing out the desired outcomes of the Montana Library Network. And then we are changing up this list, the NAC discussed needs and challenges, and we're going to place these items under their respective core services committees. And then we're going to have a separate priorities for the NAC that's going to have that oversight of the core services committee piece, the funding, the cost share formula, the task forces, and then the prioritizing, consulting, and CE and developing a process for how we decide how that work is done. Does that sound good to everyone?
Colette has a comment I'll read from chat. My two
Thank
cents
you.
is my 2 cents is no, CE and consulting are informed by each of the core service committees. I think it is on us to be in those conversations, to understand priorities and understand opportunities.
Yeah, that's kind of my vision too, Colette.
And then Jenny mentioned earlier in the meeting the concept of the NAC trying to meet via Zoom in June to review further refined version of this document before it goes to the State Library Commission. Do we want to try to, do you want to discuss that now, or should we just have Genevieve set up a poll? Tracy, how much time do you feel like you need to further refine the document?
Well, I think the further, refining this document, I don't think Kara and I are going to need much time. You didn't make many changes to it itself. But the other piece of that I believe we need the State Library Commission to approve our next 5-year LSTA plan at their June 15th meeting. And that's the piece that Kara, Jenny, and I need to talk about and how to do that. And I would need more time for that one. That is for sure.
What if we looked at like the week of May 3rd? I know the 30th is the 30th Memorial Day? Is the 23rd?
Yes.
The 30th is Memorial Day. So sometime later that week.
So that gives us about 2 weeks to work on the plan because we have the Directors Institute in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I have an intense travel schedule next week.
Do we want to go close more like the week? I wouldn't want to go later than the week of June 6th, but sometime early in the week of June 6th.
That'd probably be better.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll send out a doodle poll about for that week of June 6th. For how long will that meeting go?
I wouldn't think we would need a huge amount of time because basically you're just going to be officially approving the documents. I guess it depends. If we manage to capture what you're thinking, it's probably going to be like, less than half an hour. But if we don't, then it might take a little bit longer than that. I would say no more than an hour.
So I'll do hour blocks and then it might go shorter.
That works.
And Tracy, you would just have a goal to get us the document 48 hours before the meeting, or?
We'll shoot for June 2nd.
I have a question really quick. So with our core services committees, do they come back to the NAC and tell us their findings? Like so that's kind of, okay.
Yeah, that's the intent.
That's the intent. Okay. Cause I kept trying to figure out, I know that they meet and they do their thing, but information back, and then can we take that information and then that's what we'd say, like if you have your technology and those questions there and say, okay, well, we came to this consensus that this is what we need funding for. So then basically LSTA and the NAC figure that stuff out. That's what this is. And is there a timeline that they come and visit with us? Is there a time frame at all?
So yeah.
Okay, I saw that in there.
Yeah, so in the fall and then winter ahead of kind of the spring budget and EPP planning.
Okay.
That's actually a really good question because I keep hearing that the core service committees have done this work, but I just didn't know where we could figure out where that was at.
And honestly, a lot of them are still, it's very much a work in progress, Erin.
Okay.
So Tracy and Kara, have we spent enough time on, we really didn't go over the LSTA evaluation comments. Was there something there you wanted us to discuss as a group?
I don't really think we need to go over that today. Unless
Agreed.
there's something particular you wanted to talk about, Tracy.
Nope, that's what I used to frame the conversation about outcomes. So we're good.
I think that over, one of the things that eventually I think we'd like is to see some common outcome themes emerge from the work of the CSCs and maybe build that into our plan later on. And I don't think we're going to be able to make that happen in the whenever we have a plan finished in a month. But that was, I think that's kind of what we were hoping to approach, is like, what are the shared outcomes so that we don't have committees working in silos, but so that that would help the NAC also to evaluate the progress towards meeting those outcomes and determining which committees are appropriate to work on those outcomes. So that's a long-term wish.
But I do think that some of the outcomes that we've already identified today should be those outcomes that those core service committees are working on. So I think once we kind of get things on paper, maybe we'll see how that can be better reflected.
Okay, any other comments in the room or online before we move on the agenda? Okay, thank you so much, Tracy and Kara. That is obviously a lot of work you're putting into that. All right, next on the agenda, WHOFI update. Is Rebecca here for that?
Rebecca can't be with us, but she wanted to make sure that you were aware of this updated quote that we got from WHOFI that does include tribal college libraries. And again, the recommendation from the NAC at your last meeting was that if we were able to get some gear funds to help us sustain some of the hotspot work and the internal wiring work, that we could consider dedicating some of that funding to this effort. So we just wanted to make you aware at this time that this is what that amount might look like for all of those libraries. I don't have an update yet from the governor's office about the availability of those gear funds. So we keep pestering them. But so this is at this point for information purposes. And I think that my sense from the NAC is that there is interest in trying to fund something like this should gear and or legislative funding next session become available.
Do you know, I think it was Mark had the question for Rebecca of whether they could separate the cost of the Wi-Fi monitoring piece from the
calendaring.
Correct. Yeah. Do you know if there's an answer to that question?
I don't know.
Yeah, Rebecca passed on some information knowing that she wouldn't be available today. And she said they were not able to separate the Wi-Fi and program tracking services.
Thanks.
So it's all bundled.
I guess I assume an individual library could opt out of doing one, but the cost would be the same. Okay, and then the public library statistics revision memo. Was that also Rebecca?
Right. And that's just another item for your awareness. The library statistics task force voted to make some updates to these particular components of the public library statistics. And because these are cumulative statistics that libraries will be asked to keep, we're required by administrative rule to give public libraries 60 days notice. So notice did go out to those libraries in mid-April to let them know that this will be an impact to those statistics that they'll start keeping in July to be reported in not this fall's public library statistics, but the next year's public library statistics.
Okay, any questions or comments on those items? Next up on the agenda, we have NAC involvement on core services committees. We had briefly discussed this at the last meeting. And I think the idea had been it would be helpful to know who's on the core services committees. We were still working on populating the website with that information. I don't know who was in charge of that. Was that something Bobby was working on?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bobby set up a website.
Bobby, are you still online?
I am, yes, and that has been set up.
I wonder how easily.
Are you able to drop a link in the chat?
Yeah, just give me 1 second.
Thanks, Bobby.
So then, as usual, I'll drop that link on the minutes.
All right, I just added that. It should be, yep, on the sidebar. It'll list the different committees and you can click on each of those committees to see who participates within them.
Well, that's their framework. Go back and see if you can get the. No, you can't go back.
The name of the committee is the link to the
Got it.
members. Yeah.
Do we have the actual members listed anywhere?
Oh, members.
Oh, good. I wasn't seeing that.
So I think I personally see a value if members of the NAC did get involved with core services committees. It seems like that would maybe help with some of our discussions and understanding of the work that is going on. And I don't know if, I mean, Mark, you're still technically on the MSC exec board, correct? As is Sean. Does that just transfer right over into being involved with the, I don't know.
So
Yeah,
the content, the collection management core service committee is one of the ones that sort of, we're in the very initial stages. So we'll be recruiting, and some of the exec board members have indicated interest, and we would love to have them move over as we transition away from the MSC exec board to have them on that collection management service committee. But think there's any expectation that they will have to transfer. You know, we would love them to, but I know some of them are on other committees and have other time commitments coming up.
So we have 6 core service committees, correct? 4, 5, 6.
And
What's
I think
next?
one more coming, that it's the collection,
Oh, yes.
the
Yes.
content.
So I think there's 6 altogether and there's 9 of us NAC members. So does it make sense to have one NAC member on each committee? Does anybody want to volunteer for a committee that they feel called to? Susie's hand is raised. Susie, what do you feel called to? I wonder.
I would like to be on the e-resources core committee.
Yay. And Lori's hand up for technology. Dorlin. Technology could use 2 people. I think they had been short members, right? Okay. Mark, do you have any interest in transferring over to the, do we call it the collection management? Is that what we call it? It's not on the screen.
That's shared catalog.
Yep, but we're not calling it that.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Erin is sharing. She has no additional
Shared
capacity.
catalog plus. Let's just say that.
So nobody's raised their hand for programming, or for cultural resources,
Or
which who wouldn't love to work with
Resource
Jennifer
sharing.
or Amelia?
I'll do one of them.
Donna, what do you feel called to?
I feel called to wherever I'm needed.
Well, that's why we all like you so much.
Put me wherever.
Okay.
I think I'm most drawn to resource sharing, if anything.
Well, I don't think there's a problem in more than one NAC representative getting involved with.
Oh, sorry. I thought that one was still open.
We don't have anybody for, that's the courier and.
Oh,
Resource
you
sharing.
said resource sharing. I don't know. I heard resource and I thought you resources. That's awesome. Okay. So, Dorlin for technology, Sean for resource sharing, Lori for programming. You'd rather do technology. Okay. Well, let's, okay, Susie for e-resources, Mark for collection management. Jonna has indicated flexibility. So cultural resources, does anybody, have like a strong call to that? I've got one of my board members is on that subcommittee or on the core services committee. So I feel like I would not choose that one.
You can put me on that one, Jody.
Donna, you would take that? Okay.
Sure. Yep.
And then we'll have a new member joining us starting in July.
Yep.
That could get involved. But I can do programming and fill that one. And then I think we have everything covered. Okay, so how do we connect? Should I send messages to the folks that are in charge? I mean, I think some of you are here and you're hearing this. I don't know if Suzanne maybe isn't with us. So we could reach out to Suzanne and let her know that.
She is actually here.
Oh, she is. Okay. So Lori and Dorlin would be happy to jump onto the technology core service committee. Okay. Well, I'll make sure that everyone's connected with their appropriate core service committee. Thanks, guys. That was really easy to wrangle volunteers. Next up, we have update on commission response to EPP priorities. Jenny, would you like to share that?
So the commission at their April 13th meeting took action on both our legislative requests as well as our EPP priorities. With regard to the legislative requests, they are moving forward with a legislative concept proposal to include tribal college libraries in the state aid legislation, contingent on an increase in the per capita amount that libraries receive so that no library is negatively impacted by the addition of tribal college libraries. So this week, we will be submitting that legislative concept to the governor's budget office with that contingency language. And then we are also going to submit our own legislative proposal that includes the reauthorization of state aid at the 50-cent per capita level. And the next process from there is for the governor's office to determine whether or not, as an executive branch agency, we'll be moving forward that legislation. I think we all know that the Montana Library Association board approved also supporting a state aid reauthorization at that increased level. And then in terms of our budget requests, Genevieve and I were laughing. We had a lengthy conversation about the $20 million infrastructure proposal that we discussed. The commission requested that we have an opportunity to meet with Chair Beatty of our budget committee before submitting that request formally. So that meeting will occur on June 14th, prior to our June 15th commission meeting. That will be an open notice meeting if anybody wants to listen in. The commission voted to approve us moving forward with the $5.4 million overall request. So we were laughing that just as we had talked about in the NAC, the $20 million was really the focus of discussion, and the 5.4 million request just kind of sailed on through. So we submit those proposals next month. And again, the governor's office will be evaluating those proposals for inclusion in their budget. And again, the MLA board is also working on a proposal to advance those priorities. I think their priority is really the 5.4 million. So I did want to share with you some updates. We've been meeting with Rachel, Ron, and Alyssa. Help me with her last name. Wolinitz from Lewistown. They're the chairs of the MLA Government Affairs Committee, and some other members of the Government Affairs Committee, and Nanette, about essentially a legislative campaign to support that 5.4 million. We need to put some more details in place, and I know Rachel's going to be calling for a meeting of that Government Affairs Committee to talk about what that would look like, but including some educational webinars here in the next month or so, targeted at librarians and library boards, and then probably some kind of roadshow in September to meet with legislators to talk to them about that effort. So look for more information about those legislative efforts over the course of the next several months.
Okay, any questions for Jenny on that update? Okay, as far as updates go, do we have any reports from core services committees? Anything you want to share with us? Kara, since you're in the room.
We just recruited 2 new members to our core services committees today.
It's wonderful. Congratulations.
I don't have any major updates. I think I mentioned last time that we were approved to have a little bit of extra funding for the Courier this coming fiscal year, and that we definitely have, and we also have funding from the Broad Valleys Federation to expand Courier services in that federation. And there are some other libraries in other federations that are interested in joining the Courier network this next fiscal year. And so we're working out how much people can contribute and how we can make the most of our LSTA and Broad Valleys money to include everybody who wants to join.
Excellent. And are you also the head of the e-resources?
Yes. Well, I
Oh.
mean, I'm not the head. I'm the
You're
state
the
library
staff.
person.
You're the
Yeah,
staff
I'm the-
representative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. That group has not met in the last month. So,
But we do have a member meeting coming up.
the Montana Library to Go member meeting. Yes.
Okay, let's see. Online, Amelia, are you there?
She is not there. I can share that she's been meeting regularly with her committee, has found them extremely helpful for prioritizing her work. So she's really appreciated that. You actually saw some of the work they did with that virtual programming policy. That was a recommendation from the Core Services Committee as well. And then what you saw in the library development plan was some of the priorities they see. And currently they are working through the evaluation framework.
Excellent. Amy, if you're still with us, do you have anything you want to share?
Just that we will be recruiting shortly, and we'll move right into that evaluation framework for the collection management, and that we have been discussing with the executive board and the members of the shared catalog, the process of dissolving the shared catalog's executive board to move some of our theoretical and advisory capacity into that core service committee.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Jennifer had to drop off. I don't think she's back. But she wanted to share that couple of different efforts underway. They've been planning for a teacher training on the use of the MMP this summer and put out a recruitment. They have slots for 20 teachers. They had 30 apply. So they have a bit of a wait list at this point. So they're really excited about the level of involvement. One of the things that they're going to be focusing on is creating virtual geocachings with photos within the memory project, using an online platform to help people geolocate where those photos were taken. And they're hoping that some of the teachers will create these kind of virtual geocaches for their communities. So that'll be a cool new way to promote and provide access to the Montana Memory Project content.
I was gonna say kudos to her on the meme and putting out the meme throughout the state. And I mean, I brought it to some of my members and even some of the kids that came in, and they thought it was the best thing ever. They got the biggest kick out of that. So kudos to that.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a really fun project.
All right, Suzanne? Thought she was. Did she comment in chat?
She is online. I don't know if she's might not have a mic.
Yes. Okay, well, she now has 2 new members on her core service committee, so that's exciting. Technical difficulties.
Yeah.
The technology committee representative is experiencing technical difficulties, which is beautiful.
It's pretty funny. I can share because she shared it with me. The most recent work of the Technology Core Services Committees. They talked about what does it mean to have sufficient technology in libraries, and what are some of the barriers or obstacles they're seeing amongst their community members in being able to access public technology. She has that raw data, and she's actually going through it to create themes to share with the NAC.
Excellent. All right, single cost share formula subcommittee. Jenny.
I have no updates on the single cost share formula committees. That's hopefully something we'll get going here in the next couple of weeks. And then with regard to the NAC nominating committee, Genevieve sent out a poll. It'll be state library staff, Jody, Dalton, and Peggy Taylor from the commission. We've put out requests to 3 librarians for participation. 1 has declined, 1 has expressed interest. I have not heard from the 3rd. So I think we'll have at least, I know we'll have at least 1 nomination for the nominating committee to consider. Once that group meets, then that nomination will go to the commission at their June 15th commission meeting.
And then we would welcome the new member to NAC at our retreat.
Yep.
Speaking of the retreat, I'm a person that really likes to know logistics and practical information. So I think our goal for the retreat should be anyone that can be here in person should be. I think it'll make it a much easier way to connect, and it's a really long day, which means it'll be more enjoyable if we're here in person. Of course, Zoom will still be an option, I believe. In 2022, it's always going to be an option. But my understanding is that we will have a full day and maybe an evening prior. So the retreat date is the day of the retreat. I think it's the day Lori can't make it. Unfortunately, we did try to find alternate dates, and there was no date that was better. So it's Yeah. It's July 14th, and you would want to be arriving in Helena maybe on the afternoon of the 13th.
Yep.
For evening.
Yeah, we'll plan a dinner or something like that evening.
Okay.
Mhm. On the 13th.
So for those who are close to Helena, I suppose you could drive home and back. Or you could stay.
Mhm.
And for those coming from a distance, it would be 2 nights
Mhm.
probably here. The night of the 13th and then
Yeah, potentially the night of the 14th if you didn't want to drive back. I imagine we'll try to wrap up that day by 4:30 or so. So we'll go ahead and create a room block and let you put your name on those rooms for 1 or 2 nights, depending on your availability and comfort level traveling.
Any other questions about that?
Just make sure I got it right. So the evening of the 13th, there'll be like a kind of,
Mhm.
yeah, some event,
Mhm.
and then the 14th will be the actual meeting, and then we'll be more or less wrapped up by 5 o'clock on the 14th.
Yes.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah. Yep.
And we are inviting the Core Services Committee members as well to join in the training on the 14th.
And that will be somewhere at the state library, undetermined.
Yeah, we'll just see with core services what the numbers would look like, and then we'll figure out a location.
Okay, so then Jenny, would you lead us in the state library update?
I don't have too many more updates. I wanted to make sure and update you on the legislative process. The commission did approve the FY23 budget with your recommendations at their April 13th meeting. So that will be the budget moving forward into the next fiscal year. As I mentioned, I haven't heard anything about the availability of gear funds. So fingers crossed that that comes through. And then Kara has been working hard on a request for an extension of our ARPA funds through the end of June next year, 2023. That will primarily be for our e-resources funding. So funding to help continue to support the Montana Memory Project and those e-resources services that we have available. We will very likely have spent out all of the broadband related ARPA funding for the hotspot program and the internal wiring by December of 2023, which is the current date by which we have to have those dollars spent. So again, we're hoping for gear dollars to be able to continue the hotspot program, and if available, to be able to provide continued support for internal wiring project and then have funding for the WHOFI agreement.
Okay, any questions for Jenny on state library update information? Genevieve, what happens when you click on impact reports? Oh, is this something cool that Rebecca has done?
Rebecca had a couple of things she wanted to share about the impact reports she's building. She's making some really cool reports. So the first thing she wanted to pass along was on the public library statistics dashboard. It currently defaults to 2019 because this is the latest data set available at the national level, but Montana data is available for 2020 and 2021. We just don't have comparative national data to line up with that data. So that's why it defaults to 2019. And then she built this really nifty Montana Library to Go impact report, which she wanted to share with everyone. And this is the first of a series of impact reports that she'll be building for the work that the core services committees are going to be focusing on.
This link on the minutes or somewhere?
Yes, it'll be on the minutes. Yeah.
Thank you.
So if we come up with an issue, do we submit a ticket or do we just email Rebecca?
I think you could get in touch with Rebecca. Yeah. So we would encourage you to take a look at the impact report when you have a chance and send any comments or suggestions to Rebecca.
And as you're looking at this individual report, also sort of keep in mind some of the other core services. I think the intent is to try to use this as a little bit of a model for what impact reports for the other core services could look like.
Can you guys make sure Rebecca hears our positive feedback and keep up the good work? This is great.
Isn't it awesome?
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Do we have any other items of business or announcements? Anything from those folks online? And did Honor ever join us online today?
I had a text from her about a half hour ago saying she had just gotten to her room. She's had traveled to meetings today, so she wasn't able to make it.
So Honor is still reachable at her Missoula Public Library email?
I had a different, I think she's using a different
email.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully she'll still be involved with us in the Montana library world. Hopefully she's gonna be on the commission. That's what I keep writing into the.
Yeah, I should let you know. Thanks for reminding me, Jody. We do have a new commissioner. I have not met her yet. Her name is Tamara Hall out of Bozeman. So she has been appointed to fill out Bruce's term, which actually ends at the end of this month. And my understanding is then she'll be reappointed for a next 3-year term. So looking forward to meeting her.
But just as a reminder to everyone, Honor is officially done with the NAC, I guess now. And maybe if we meet in June, will she join us for that meeting?
She would be on the NAC for a Zoom meeting in June. Yep. Good.
But yes, she will be missed. Anything else? Okay, it's only like 6 minutes after 2:30. So I feel like we did pretty good this afternoon.
Excellent job, team.
Thank you, everybody, for all of your time, your thought, all of the work you do outside of the meeting. Shall we adjourn?
I so move.
Yay. Thanks, everyone. Travel safely home.